Good morning. Sorry about that. Yikes, what an intro. Hi, guys. How are you? Good morning, everybody. Happy Monday. So here we are to see what's going on, what the opening statements will be in the Leilani Simon case, because all of us want to see justice for Quentin. And I am very curious what her defense is going to be. I suspect that it's going to be a alternate suspect defense, meaning I think that she's going to attempt to say it wasn't me, it was Danny, her boyfriend at the time. Obviously, they're no longer together. Can you really blame him? I wouldn't be with her either. Hang on just a second. I want to look at this. Look at YouTube really quickly. Here it is. Just want to have this pulled up so I can pay attention. Because court is scheduled to start the way that Law and Crime and Court TV have it is at 10:30 a.m. So perhaps they know something we don't. Maybe there is something that the court needs to take care of before they bring in the jury. I'm not exactly sure. If you missed it last night on Alex Erickson's channel, and if the mods would drop Allie's link, I would appreciate it very, very much. Unfortunately, we ran into a little bit of a snafu regarding the uploading of the Letitia Stout March 22nd or March 2022 jail calls. We'll get back to those. Don't you guys worry. We will have a part 2. But anyway, instead of talking about that, we were talking about these upcoming trials. And specifically, we spoke a lot about Leilani Simon's upcoming trial. And Allie has done a fantastic job getting everybody up to speed on all the things that you need to know before the trial starts. So, when you have an opportunity, please go over there and check that out. She's done a fantastic job. She really handles these, especially cases with children, with dignity for the victim and respect. And that is something that I would love to see more of in the true crime community, as it were. And let me say really quickly, thank you, A One Way Street, for becoming a YouTube member. Welcome to the ward. And Pointer Lover, thank you for joining and becoming a member. Welcome to the ward. I hope to have you guys a long, long time. I think you got to be here. I think I made it at a year. Is when you get the permanent resident label. I think that's how I did it. I can't remember. And Tammy's Clips, thank you for becoming a YouTube member. Welcome. Thank you. Welcome to the ward. Thank you very much. Here we go with Music Mom, already stirring the pot. I'm late. Why is your intro so long? Ha ha ha, kidding. Because it is. I like it long. It's the way I like it. The next intro I do is going to be, an hour. No, just kidding. Can you imagine? Like if I did a whole documentary level length intro. Next time I'm going to do that. Yes, Lil Red, I have to agree. It does feel like people have forgotten the victims are human. And the victims' families are humans as well. You never know. You think you know how you will handle a situation until you have to handle the situation, and so Chicken Shy, thank you for being a member for 7 months. Here for the intros. I appreciate that, babe. And Tony, girl, I can't help but brag, but 30 months. Thank you, babe, for supporting me for so long. That's like a day one. And I appreciate that. I appreciate everybody that's here, everybody that comes and listens to me ramble and go off into the weeds. Quite frankly, I do that a lot. The ADHD sometimes I've tried. It is a. If I were to give myself a report card, I think I started with a needs improvement. I think I'm now to the improving part. I don't think that I'll ever reach total improvement because I really can't. It's not. I try, to stay on task, but sometimes it's hard. Um, Desiree, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the ward. Glad to have you. And Little Red member for 10 months says 10 months. Damn, it's going slow for my Gold Watch 20-year anniversary gift. It's going to fly by, Little Red, I promise. Thank you for being here for 10 months and supporting me. It means a lot to me. I'm really trying to work on my staying on task. And you guys have been very patient with me and encouraged and all the things. And I appreciate that. And if you could do me one more little tiny favor really quick before we get started. If you could give me a thumbs up or thumbs down, however you feel. I don't judge. I would appreciate it. And I don't know if I said your name correctly. I don't know if I said Desiree or Desire, but I know that it's Desiree. And I remember when I clicked your notification that you joined memberships, I remember thinking in my brain, it's Desiree, Jen, say it correctly. So I really hope that I said it correctly. They've started. All right. Let's go ahead and add to the stream this. There's no closed captions. All right, make it big. Go over here, add it to the stage. So, Tess, thank you so much, babe. Thank you. Tess says, thank you for streaming this. And Sarah Boone, Jen Lou, love ya. Love you too, babe. Thank you so much. Okay. Oh, that's a fantastic shot. The joys of live streaming, isn't it fantastic? Okay. Everything is working according to plan. Everything's going swimmingly. So I want to talk to you guys just very quickly about the things that I'm working on for the channel, just while we're all waiting for this to start and we're just kind of, kicking it. All right. Many people who've been here since I started my channel know that Halloween is one of my favorite holidays. Halloween and Christmas. I think that if I had to rank them, though, definitely I like Halloween more than I like Christmas. Only like maybe 2% more. And here's why. I really love horror films. And any opportunity that I get to watch it, I love it. I also like to hand out the candy to the little kids. I don't like to scare them. I don't do anything I don't decorate scary for Halloween just for the little kids, because I want them to love Halloween. And if you scare them when they're little, they're, Although I have to say, I was, I think, 5 years old when my parents took me to my very first haunted house. And I'll never forget it because that year I dressed up as E.T. E.T. was my favorite movie back then, and it still is. Anyway, one of my favorites. So, and it was so scary, but I loved being scared. And so I guess that stuck with me. But my sister, on the other hand, who was just a year younger than I was terrified, and it ruined her for scary things for the rest of her life. So anyway, to now that I'm off into the weeds, let me bring it back. I love Halloween. And I used to do this thing on my channel back in the day. I missed last year, but the 2 years prior to that, I did like Halloween horrors. And basically, what I did was I took horror films and I told the true story of them. Like Annabelle is based off of. I mean, there is an Annabelle doll, but Chucky is based off of the doll that Robert. And so, I took those and I took horror films and like The Strangers is like an amalgam of a few different true crime cases plus the creator of The Strangers. It's sort of an amalgam of an experience that he had. So, that's what I did. So this year, I decided because I'd already done part of the Amityville horror, I said, let me do all three Conjuring movies. So even though technically the Amityville horror is not like a Conjuring movie in and of itself, it is part of it. It's actually part of two of them. It's part of the first one and it's part of the second one. So I'm going to do the Amityville horror. Then I'm going to do the first Conjuring about the Perron family. Then I'm going to do The Conjuring 2, which is about the Edinburgh poltergeist. And then I'm going to do The Conjuring 3, which is The Devil Made Me Do It. And that one is quite interesting because it is actually a true crime case. There was a murder committed by a young man claiming to be possessed. And he did go on trial, and it was one of the first times that that possession was used as a defense. And I know that Ronald DeFeo Jr. from the Amityville Horror somewhat used it, but we'll get it. You'll just have to be patient with me. I'm working on the Amityville one right now. And so I do it in between covering the trials and all the things. So we're going to be doing that. And then also for you guys over in Patreon, I'm going to start reading the book written by Nancy Spongeon's mom, Deborah Spongeon. Nancy Spongeon was the girl. Miss Natalie, can you hear me? That's good morning, everyone. Here we go. Nancy Spungen was the mother, or Nancy Spungen was the girlfriend of the bass player for the Sex Pistols, Sid Vicious. And she was found with her hotel room in the bathroom, knifing into her stomach. So we're going to be talking about that. So yeah, so that it's a really interesting. Just have to be patient. It's live, so yeah, it's their audio, not mine. I'm gonna turn it down so that you guys can't really hear it, but I can when they get it fixed, and then I'll turn it back up. Yeah. It's not me, it's them. So anywho, Tess, I follow him. I follow his their YouTube channel, and I watch. They do lives quite frequently, and so hang on a minute, you guys. Let me go over. Bruh, come on. I know they're going to fix it. We just have to be patient. Hang on, let me take it off of full screen. Hold on, let me show the chat. Yeah, the chat's over here talking about fix the audio, fix the audio, fix the audio, fix the audio.
And with that, all witnesses shall remain outside the courtroom except when you are personally called to testify. All witnesses shall not discuss the case with other witnesses or with the parties or with anyone else until the evidence is complete.
Okay, so what she's saying is she is giving an order to everybody who is a witness in the case. They are not to discuss their testimony with each other. They are not to discuss their testimony with anybody at all. So that's standard. So let's see if they fixed it yet. Jeez, come on. I don't know if it is something that the judge needs to fix or yes, Tess, I would love that so much. I need to reach out to him because I would love to interview him. I really would. For those who don't know, Tony is married to Ed and Lorraine Warren's daughter. Oh, she looks like she's fixing to cry already. Girl, we are 2 minutes into it. Get it together, ma'am. Oh, come on. Fix the audio, y'all. I almost think that it might be the courtroom. Like maybe the judge needs to like do something. I have no idea. I'll go look. I don't know how the audio is coming from one feed. It's just different people are showing it. So I'll just go look though. Let's go look. Hold on. Let me look at your comments so I can make sure that I'm.
Gentlemen of the jury, please have a seat. Everyone else in the courtroom as well, please have a seat. All right. First of all, good morning to you. Thank you for being here. I know last week wasn't easy, and starting out your week like this doesn't make it any easier. There are a couple of things I want to ask you. When you left, I asked you not to have any.
Is their audio better on YouTube or is it on their website? Let me go look. Let's see. Let's try this. Let me see. I'll try to find it for you, so you guys do not worry. All right, I got it. Hold on. What is the... It's weird because it was playing and now it's on stay tuned for more. Hold on, you guys. I'll find it. Don't worry. Hold on, you guys. Let me see what it's doing. Hold on before I share it. Be nice if they streamed it to their YouTube. Yeah, it's weird. It says just stay tuned for more. Let me try Court TV. There it goes. Here we go. It's on. It's on, guys. I got it. I got it.
And I'm taking a look at my notes, and my notes need to be a little bit different from what they are.
Oh my gosh, why does it do this?
All right. I don't have everything that I need. So this is a wonderful way to start out. We're going to take already a 5-minute break. Okay, so you take the jurors to the deliberation room.
Okay, we're going to have a break already. It's been 5 seconds. Sorry, you guys. I got it. We're underway. Things are going great. Let me move it like this. I wonder if I can. Hold on a minute. Let me see something. Let me move me over here. All right. I don't want to cover up law and crime, so hold on.
All clear, Judge. Thank you. We're going to take a 5-minute break. The court is to refer to her notes and to essentially read from the notes. I have big gaps in my notes that I didn't realize until now. So we'll be back in 5 minutes. Thank you. We're in recess. Yeah.
Hold on. I'm going to work on my layout and see what why does it do this to me? Hold on. I don't want it like this. Hang on a minute. Let me edit the layout. Let me make this bigger. There we go. This should work now. Oh, maybe if I knew how to type, that would be better. There we go. That's way better. Way better, better. Loving my vet off grid. Thank you for becoming a YouTube member. Welcome to the ward. I don't know what's happened, why we need to take a 5-minute break or whatever the deal is, but we are taking a 5-minute break. We just barely got audio going good. And now right away, boom, break. So I got it. We got it. Everything is underway. Thank you guys for being here. You know what? Oh, the judge didn't have her notes. Thank you, LB, because I was trying to do something that's like kind of inconsequential, which is to fix the layout of the screen for you guys. It's not that big of a huge deal, but I should have been paying it. I can't do two things at once, clearly. So, oh, hey, Allie, do you want to come up, babe? If you do, all you got to do is let me know, and I would be more than happy to send you the link. Okay, if you want to come up and listen to opening statements. Also, you guys are going to have to really excuse me because although I've tried my best, I don't know what it is, but sometimes the morning coffee gives me the burps. And it's not like a loud, obnoxious burp, just like a little tiny one. And I never know when it's coming. And sometimes it just happens when I open my mouth. So I want to go ahead and apologize right away for that. I'm going to try to, be like careful. And maybe I should I haven't finished my coffee, but maybe I shouldn't drink anymore. So, yeah. Also, while we're just waiting, the other night on on this channel, we talked about doing some type of charity stream because, for the hurricane victims here in Florida, which is where I'm at, obviously, Georgia, North Carolina, Tennessee, all those, that were impacted by Helene, but Milton as well. I want to try to see if we can find a charity where the money helps kids, which I know this seems like a small thing and an unimportant thing, right? But after a hurricane like that, and I understand it because I've been through multiple, you feel like your world is kind of, even though nothing happened here, like I was safe and everything, it's still like, it doesn't feel like things have returned to normal yet. And for the children, I really want them to have a sense of normalcy. And I was thinking maybe we could, I don't know, do some type of thing to provide for them for Halloween, so that they could trick or treat something. But I'm still looking into that. The other thing that I wanted to do was a charity stream to help the animals that were displaced during the hurricanes, because not only do domestic animals get displaced, some of them are like feral cats and stuff like that. They don't actually live with humans, but they still on some level rely on humans. And they were displaced. But also, and this is something that people don't really think about, the specifically in Florida, the alligators. So I don't know how many of you guys know this, but yes, the hurricane has passed. It was in the Atlantic. It's not even a thing anymore. It's not even a storm. Okay, but because of the hurricane, because of the flooding, all of our rivers here in Florida are cresting and flooding. And what happens when freshwater does that is the alligators that live in the freshwater, they get displaced. And, alligators don't actually are not a natural enemy of humans. It's not like that movie Lake Placid where where the alligators are looking for human beings. They really try to avoid humans. Gee, wonder why. Anywho, but they're displaced. Yes, love Louie. Neat Noodle just dropped it. The Nightbot. She just dropped the link. So anyway, I'd like to do something to help with that. And I don't know. It just makes me, I think about our most vulnerable, right, in our society. That is the animals, that is children, and that is the elderly. And people with, disabilities, and intellectual and other, and physical, right? Those are the vulnerable people that we got to look out for in society, and particularly after things like this happen, because you're going to start to see it now that Milton has gone, and the time for assessing the damage is really happening. Both cities, right? They're assessing their damage, but also homes, individuals are, and businesses are assessing the damage done to their property. You're going to see that people are going to start coming into Florida, and they take advantage of the situation and scam people. They scam them for replacing
Counselor at your
roofs,
tables. Ms.
all
Simon
the
is at the
things. So
table with her attorney. So let's please bring in the jurors.
I worry about that. And so, I'm going to, in the coming months, and I know it's tight right now, like the world is topsy turvy, but I will pay it forward too. I'm not just going to host the charity and be like, hey, y'all, give, give, give. And I'm not going to do anything. I want to give as well. So just be looking for that, you guys. I want to coordinate with other creators, see what ideas they have. I just feel like I need to use the platform that I was given and do some good with it. Okay. That's just what is on my heart. All right. No more sermons from the gaming chair. Let's get this underway.
All right, thank you. As you come to your seats, please feel free to have a seat. And let the record reflect that all the jurors have been seated. We'll now move into the preliminary instructions. Before I do that, there was a juror who didn't make it out for the first swearing, and I just wanted to ask you the question that I've asked everyone else. Have you done any research? Have you talked to anyone about?
Love Louie, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the ward. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And also to anybody who is in the bushes, they're lurking and a little maybe unsure about to chat. I promise this is a friendly place. All opinions are welcome, and as long as we're respectful to one another, I usually nobody has to get timed out or anything like that. This is a great group. I dare say I have one of the best chats, if not the best chat in all the YouTube land. All right, here we go.
Take notes. Please remember that note taking should not divert you from paying full attention to the evidence and to evaluating witness credibility. Your observations of the witness during their testimony can be vital to your determination to the believability of their testimony. The notes that you take are for your use only and are not to be shared with anyone until you begin deliberation with your fellow jurors. During deliberation, you should rely on your own recollection of the proceedings, but you may consult the notes of other jurors if you wish. Do not be influenced by the notes of others unless their notes help you in determining your own independent recollection. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than the recollection or impression of each juror as to what evidence may.
No. Love in my vet off grid. Leilani has been held in jail since her arrest back in 2022, awaiting trial. Yeah, she's been in jail the whole time. And thank you, Bonnie Mateo, for becoming a member. Welcome to the ward. Glad to have you. All right. I try not to interrupt too much.
Is that during the trial, you must not conduct any independent research about this case, the matters in the case, or any individuals involved in the case. In other words, you should not consult dictionaries or reference materials, search the internet, websites or blogs, or use any other electronic tools to obtain information about this case or to help you decide the case. Please do not try to find out information from any source outside of the confines of the courtroom, to include media of any sort or online research. The bailiffs have been instructed to collect your cell phones, tablets, and laptops during the proceedings. You may want to leave those in your vehicle. If they collect them, they'll be sure to give them back to you at the end of the day and on breaks as well. Until you retire to deliberate, you may not discuss this case with anyone, even your fellow jurors. After you retire to deliberate, you may begin discussing the case with your fellow jurors, but you cannot discuss the case with anyone else until you have returned a verdict and the case is at an end. I hope that for all of you, this case is interesting and noteworthy. I know that many of you use tools or technology in your daily life, but you may not do so in connection with your service as a juror. You also must not talk to anyone about this case or use electronic tools to communicate with anyone about the case. This includes your family members and friends. You may not communicate with anyone about the case or your jury service.
Okay, so just really quick, I want to answer Chicken Shite. Why is she staring down? So many defense attorneys will advise their client not to look the jury in the eye. Sometimes it can be seen as an aggressive move. So they tell the, let me move me. So they tell the jury to avert. They tell their client to avert their eyes as not to appear aggressive. Sometimes jurors can take that as aggressive. And Pointer Lover, thank you so much. I appreciate that, babe. That was very, very generous. Thank you so much. All right, let's get back to it. I'm already interrupting more than I want to.
Of the criminal law and trial procedure that will apply in this case, to give you a framework. A crime is a violation of a statute of this state in which there shall be a union or joint operation of act and intention. That is, a crime is committed when a person violates a statute of this state by acting as prohibited, while at the same time he has a criminal intention and no other defense excuses the conduct. A person will not be presumed to act with criminal intention. However, the jury may find such intention upon the consideration of words, conduct, demeanor, motive, and all other circumstances connected with the act for which the accused is prosecuted. The state cannot bring a person accused of a felony to trial unless the grand jury has first indicted that person. Grand jurors do not try criminal cases. They ordinarily only hear from witnesses for the state. When a criminal case is tried, the defendant has pled not guilty to the indictment. This plea of not guilty denies every essential allegation of the indictment and forms the issue or the question that you as a trial jury will decide. The indictment and the plea of not guilty to it are not evidence, and you should not consider them as evidence. Every person is presumed innocent until proved guilty. No person shall be convicted of a crime unless each element of the crime is proved beyond a reasonable doubt. The state has the burden to prove each essential element of each crime charged beyond reasonable doubt. In this state, a defendant on trial may or may not testify as she chooses. If she does testify, you would judge her credibility by the same test applied to any other witness. If the defendant does not testify, which is her absolute constitutional right, you shall not draw any inference of guilt from this decision. And her decision, her election not to testify, may not in any way affect your verdict. Moreover, the defendant has no duty to call any witnesses or present any evidence during a trial. If she calls no witnesses or presents no evidence, you may not derive any inference of guilt from such failure to produce evidence. In such case, you decide guilt on whether the state's evidence proves the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Under our system, I have the duty as a trial judge to decide the law that applies to a case and to instruct you on it. You have the duty as a jury to decide the facts in a case from which the evidence and reasonable inferences arising from the evidence. I'm going to say that again. I don't think that was too clear. You have the duty as the jury to decide the facts in a case from the evidence and reasonable inferences arising from the evidence. In reaching your verdict, you also have the duty to apply the law to those facts. You decide the facts from the evidence. The evidence has two parts: testimony of witnesses and exhibits. A witness means anyone who testifies in person from the stand. The exhibits are those documents, objects, or photos that the court admits into evidence. You will have most of the exhibits with you in the jury room while you deliberate. However, there are some exhibits that cannot be sent to the jury room, so it will be important that you pay close attention to all of the exhibits admitted during the trial. I caution you that what the lawyers say during a trial is not evidence. Also, anything that I might do or say is not evidence. I have no leanings at all in these cases. My only interest is to have the cases tried fairly and according to the law and the constitutions of the state and of the United States. You are the exclusive judges of the witnesses' credibility. That is, you decide the truthfulness and reasonableness of their testimony. You may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the testimony of any witness. You have the duty to decide what testimony is worthy of belief and what testimony is not worthy of belief. You should lay aside any preconceived notions and not decide a witness's credibility until the witness has testified. Rules of law govern what the court admits into evidence. If an attorney objects to the admission of evidence, then I must rule on the objection and decide whether you can consider such evidence. You should understand that there are two ways that I can respond to an objection. If I say sustained, that means that I granted the objection and you should not consider the objected to evidence. If I say overruled, then that means I did not grant the objection and you may consider the objected to evidence. You should not infer or assume anything from either a lawyer's objections or the court's rulings. During this trial, the court will have to consider some procedures outside your presence. When that occurs, I shall excuse you to the jury room for a time. During these periods, the court will do its best to handle the matter as promptly as the law permits. On the other hand, I will appreciate your patience when this occurs. Now, the procedure in a criminal trial is generally as follows. First, the attorneys for both sides may make an opening statement to you. The opening statement is not evidence itself. Remember that what the lawyers say is not evidence. However, it is a preview or an outline of what they expect the evidence to show. Following the opening statements, the state has the opportunity to present evidence to support the charges against the defendant. And the defendant has the opportunity, if she so elects, to present evidence in her defense. This part of a trial is called the party's case in chief. In the state's case in chief, the state calls its witnesses and introduces any exhibits. When these witnesses testify, they may be cross-examined by the defendant. When the state has presented all of its evidence, the state will rest its case. Then, if the defendant elects to present any evidence, the defendant may call her witnesses and introduce her exhibits. Of course, when these witnesses testify, they may be cross-examined by the state. However, the defendant has no duty to testify or present any evidence whatsoever. After the presentation of the evidence, the attorneys may make a closing argument to you. At this time, the attorneys will try to persuade you to decide the case in their favor. Following the closing arguments, I will charge or instruct you more specifically on the law that directly applies to this case. Then you will retire to the jury room to deliberate and reach your verdict. This is not an exhaustive description of the criminal procedure, but hopefully it will give you an overview that will help you to understand the trial as it proceeds. It is your duty to follow any instructions that the court may give you during a case. Please remember to listen carefully to all the evidence. Don't jump to conclusions before the parties present all the evidence. Also, please remember that during a trial, it would be improper for you to discuss the case with anyone or to allow anyone to discuss the case with you or in your presence or within your hearing. This applies even to discussions among yourselves in the jury room or elsewhere before actual deliberations begin. Also, during a trial, you should not communicate with the parties, the attorneys, or any of the witnesses. Under this rule, you should not engage even in social greetings or small talk with anyone involved in this case. I've had situations where a juror saw a party or attorney in the parking lot during a break and was offended that the party or attorney did not speak back to the juror. They're not being rude. Please understand that these attorneys and parties should not speak with you as the trial progresses and will likely avoid speaking with you to ensure that there is no appearance of impropriety. So please do not take offense to their failure to speak with you as we go forward for the trial in the coming days. This procedure will protect you not only from wrongdoing, but from the appearance of wrongdoing. And these restrictions also apply to the friends and family members of interested parties. During these trials, the court will not require that you be kept together except during breaks and during the meals. There have been special arrangements made for that. So you will learn more about that as we go. Today is the day I believe that you will go out to lunch, but you will go out together. When you return to the courthouse from any adjournment for meals or from the night, please go directly to the jury assembly room. Is that where the jurors set up? Jury assembly room? Okay. This will lessen the opportunity for an accidental meeting with a person that you may not know is involved in the case. There is coverage, media coverage of this case, and you should be careful not to consider it. Do not independently investigate any facts or visit any scenes depicted in the evidence. Do not independently research any law concerning this case. You are prohibited from, again, doing any research on the internet. Can you tell how important it is? I keep saying it. It's here for a reason. So I've said it several times now. It is important that you consider only the evidence that you hear and see within the courtroom. That concludes my preliminary instructions. So at this time, I will turn first to the state. Is the state ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the defense is ready to proceed.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
We'll begin now with opening statements.
Thank you.
This is point inside at about a year and a half old, a little bit over that, 20 months. Like all children, he was blameless, he was innocent, and he was beautiful. And like all children, he was totally defenseless, totally and completely dependent on the adults in his life to take care of him and to look out for his safety. And the evidence in this case will show that the defendant violated that trust, that most basic, sacred trust of a parent, in the most horrible way. In the middle of the night, she killed him, her own son, got in her car with his body, drove to a dumpster, and threw him away like a piece of trash. She would go home, go to sleep like everything was normal, and wake up the next morning and report it to the police as an abduction. I woke up, my front door was open, and my child is missing. Now the story started to fall apart pretty quickly because of good, solid police work. But she would go on to tell a series of evolving lies over several weeks, only moving from one lie to the next as the police picked apart the first lie and presented her with the evidence that made the first lie untenable. So now it's time to move on to lie number 2, and 3, and 4. And as they're doing this with her, they're also searching for his body, which they ultimately discovered about 6 weeks after his disappearance in a local landfill, in pieces, unfortunately. And as a result of all of that police work and investigative efforts, which I think you'll be quite proud of when you hear about them in detail, the defendant is charged with his murder. So that's sort of the 50,000-foot view, the bluff, the bottom line up front for the military folks here. A little more detail on what happened, what the evidence will show. The 2 days that we're primarily concerned with here are October 4th and 5th of 2022, specifically the night of October 4th, moving into the morning of October 5th. Now, at that time, and I'll try to go slow for those of you who are taking notes. At that time, the defendant is living here on the west side of Savannah, jurisdiction of the Chatham County Police Department, in this house that's roughly in the center, with an in-ground swimming pool in the back. It's on Buckhalter Road, 535 Buckhalter Road. She had most recently lived in North Carolina, where she had met and lived with her most recent boyfriend, Daniel Youngkin, whom you'll hear about. And some months before October of 2022, they had moved down and were living in this house at 535 Buckhalter. Now, the house belonged to the defendant's mother, Billy Joe Howell, who you see here, and her husband, Thomas Howell, who is not the defendant's father, but is her stepfather. Also living in the house at that time is the defendant's brother, Paul Simon. They have the same mother and the same father. and Daniel Youngkin, her boyfriend from North Carolina, and the defendant's 3 children. October of 2022, she has 3 children by 3 different men. The oldest is Zane Wharton. I think he was roughly about 3 years old at the time. Zane has been through a lot with her. He's her firstborn son, and I expect you'll hear testimony that she considered him her ride or die. That's her guy. Sky Youngkin is an infant on the far right there. That is her youngest child by Daniel Youngkin. And in the middle was Quentin. Quentin was her child by a man named Henry Bubba Moss Jr. You'll hear that she'd had kind of a tumultuous relationship with Mr. Moss, that they had split before she even knew she was pregnant with Quentin, and that he initially didn't even believe that she was pregnant when she told him, and that he was never a part of Quentin's life at all. And I expect you'll hear some testimony about the way that background influenced the way that she treated Quentin. But you're supposed to love all your kids equally. You're supposed to treat them all the same. I expect you'll hear some testimony that didn't happen. When she treated Quentin differently, and not in a good way. Here's the house from the street. The master bedroom where defendant's mother, Billy Jo Howell, and her stepfather, Thomas Howell, lived is over here in the 2-story portion of the house, but on the first floor. Brother Paul Simon's bedroom is upstairs, and you'll hear in one of the defendant's interviews, she'll say, when you're up in that room, you can't really hear anything that's going on downstairs. It's kind of its own layer up there. Now, the defendant, Daniel, and the 3 children lived in a bedroom right through this front door. I think there was some sort of addition or something on the house at one point. This bedroom that they lived in appears to be like a converted one-time living room or something like that. If you step through that front door, this is what you see. You see a couch in the foreground. You see a desk behind that. And then on the far wall there, you see a bed. That's the defendant and Daniel Youngkin's bed. If you pan to the right, you'll see a closet door here. And then it's hard to make out in this picture, but beyond this closet door is a door into a bathroom that then feeds into the dining room. And that is the only way to get from this room to the main body of the house. You see a race car bed there. That's where Zane slept. We further pan to the right. You can see that race car bed completely, and you see a projector on the wall, evidently for watching movies or something while you're sitting on the couch. And then if you pan into that right-hand corner, you see this pack and play. That's immediately to the right as you go in that front door. And that's where Quentin slept. That was Quentin's bed. Now, that sort of sets the scene as to who's living in this house and where they're sleeping. Before we come back to the morning of October 4th, I want to talk to you about what the evidence is going to show as far as what's the biggest thing going on in the defendant's life. And the biggest thing going on in her life in the months, days leading up to October 4th is the status of her relationship with Daniel Youngkin. Things are not good. She is feeling unloved, undesired, ignored. And I'll show you a couple of text messages taken from her phone by the investigators that show this. Now, this is kind of small on here, and it's kind of bright, so I'll read it for you for those of you who can't see. Some of you may be able to read it, perhaps not all of you can. This is July of 2022. I want to feel beautiful, not barely average. I want to feel loved and not just liked. I want to feel wanted, not just tolerated. I want to be able to look at you and know it's just me, not wonder how many others there are. I want to feel like my body is worth showing off, not like it's just been trashed from having 3 kids. I want to feel the way you made me feel in the beginning, like I'm treasured and safe, not like I'm just here because you really don't have a choice. And you'll see quite a number of messages like this. It's basically an unbroken string of text messages all the way up to the day that she kills Quentin. August 6th, yeah, go get yourself some ass. I know mine is not good enough. Never was, never will be. September 10th, you're the reason I'm angry every day. You're the reason I'm depressed, why I feel the way I do about myself. Now, this is not a minor thing for her. I told you it's probably the biggest thing emotionally going on in her life. The way that she perceives herself to be being treated by Daniel, and perhaps to some degree actually was being treated by him. It's at least how she feels. This is such a big deal for her that with her phone, at one point she filmed something that can only be described as a digital suicide note. All right, she's in the car, and you'll hear her at the end say, I've got to go, I made it to the river. She's in her car, evidently contemplating driving her car into a river and ending her life. And she starts out saying goodbye to her children. She has some kind words to say about Zane. She has some kind, loving words to say about Sky. You might perceive that she momentarily kind of seems to be at a loss for what exactly to say about Quentin, our victim, the middle child. And then she goes on to explain that the message is clearly addressed to Danny. She goes on to attribute what she's about to do to the way that Danny has treated her. Now, this is a 4-minute some video. It's a little long for an opening statement, but we're going to watch the whole thing. And we're going to watch the whole thing because it's an important window into her state of mind at this stage in time. This video was filmed in August of 2022, but the evidence in terms of the text messages and her statements will show that nothing really changed between when this video was filmed and October 4th of 2022. So with that preview, I'll play this for you now.
Trigger warning.
Mama tried. Your mama's not here no more because she doesn't love you. I do. I can't love myself. If I can't love myself, how can I love y'all? I have tried over and over and over, and I failed.
And even now, after everything that I think has been brought to light, hopefully it was everything, right? Even now, you look at me with the same look in your eyes that you have when you talk about Caitlin. I don't hear the love in your voice anymore. I don't feel the love in your touch anymore. And I definitely don't see the love in your eyes anymore. If you truly loved me like you claimed you did, you wouldn't have done all that. Even when I was carrying your child and hating myself every fucking day, crying myself to sleep every fucking night because you did not want to have sex with me. You did not want to love me. You just did not want me. And I wanted you. I wanted you. I wanted you more than like yourself. But you proved that it was only one way. That feeling was only one way. That love, that loyalty, it was all one way. You take care of my kids. Okay? You couldn't take care of me. You couldn't love me. You couldn't do me right. So please, for the love of fucking God, do my kids right. And the kids running up at the river now, my Danny.
I'm at the river now by Danny. So that's where she was at. This is her emotional state in the summer, fall of 2022. That brings us back to October 4th. And here I'll give you sort of an overview of what the evidence is going to show us to the sequence of events of that day. Now, the first thing to establish is that on the relevant days here, Billy Joe Howell, the defendant's mother, and Thomas Howell, her stepdad, are out of town. They're not in town. They're not in the house. They are sort of out of play. I expect that to be undisputed. So that leaves in the house Paul, the defendant, Danny, and the three children, Zane, Quentin, and Scott. In the morning of October 4th, quite early in the morning, in fact, the defendant and Danny take the three children to babysitter Michelle McCardle and her two teenage daughters that live on the same street. They live like right across the street on Buckhalter. And it says babysitter up here, and I've called her the babysitter, but really you'll hear from Michelle, one of her daughters. And it comes across more like they're almost like a second family or a substitute family for these kids because of the parental shortcomings at 535 Buckhalter. So the evidence might show that babysitter kind of undersells it a little bit. And the child care arrangement was this. At this point in time, Danny and the defendant are working at a warehouse in Port Wentworth, unloading, loading boxes. They're carrying boxes at the warehouse in Port Wentworth. And their shift starts at 6 a.m. They're working the 6 a.m. shift. So early in the morning, on the way to work, they'll drop off the three children with Michelle, with her two teenage daughters. And so they do that. And they both go to work. They clock in at essentially the exact same time, a little after 6 a.m. on October 4th. Now they clock out less than 2 hours later. And the reason they do that is the defendant is experiencing some kind of dental issue. She has a tooth that's bothering her and it needs to come out. And so they clock out right around 8 o'clock, just before 8 o'clock in the morning. And they go to some type of like emergency dental clinic or walk-in dental clinic. And she gets a tooth pulled. You can These are some pictures, selfies she took of herself in the dentist chair. And you can see the side of her mouth on the left side there, I think is kind of swollen. She sent these to Daniel, Young, and Danny, who was sitting out in the waiting room waiting for her. And so after this, they do not go back to work. They go home. And the rest of the waking hours of the day are pretty normal. They get some lunch. They relax. Her mouth is bothering her. She's tired. She's sore. And eventually, at about 4:30 in the afternoon, they go and they pick up the 3 kids from the babysitter from Michelle, and they bring them home. So at that point, Danny, the defendant, and the 3 kids are in the house. Now, Paul, he worked at the same warehouse, but he worked a later shift, and you'll hear what it is. It's something like 2 p.m. to late at night, around 10 or so. That was Paul's shift. So same place, different shift. So he's not there in the afternoon. Now they're there. They do dinner. They do bath time. They put the kids down. Quentin in his pack and play. I think you'll hear testimony or a statement from the defendant that Sky, the infant, slept on that couch that we looked at, and Zane in the race car bed. And I think it'll be undisputed, and I expect that it'll be undisputed that, at around 10 p.m., Quentin is fine. He's just in his crib, in his pack and play for bedtime. Okay. And what happens at this point sets off a chain of events that goes over the next couple hours and results in tragedy. And that is that the defendant and Daniel have yet another argument about how he's treating her. This is sometime a little after 10 p.m. And that this is something she told to detectives eventually in some of her interviews. About how he doesn't want her, he doesn't want to touch her, he's not feeling desire for her like he used to. We've already talked about this is a major trigger for her. This is the biggest emotional issue going on in her life, and it's significant. It drove her to the brink in the video that you've watched. This is not a minor thing for her. And so she leaves the house after 10 p.m. on the first of 2 trips that you'll hear a lot about in this trial, and that she didn't really want to talk about, at least truthfully, with investigators. And that first trip is to the drug dealer. She says that she left so that things wouldn't escalate between her and Danny. She was upset. That's her word. So it wouldn't escalate. The first place she goes is this Circle K. And I should have pointed out so you can see her getting out of the car. That's at 10:29 p.m. So about 10:30. I'll back up and you can see her getting out of her Dodge Journey with a blanket wrapped around her shoulders. She's not in a good state. Anyway, 10:30, she goes into the Circle K. She buys a couple of convenience store items. And then she texts Danny. He's got her saved in his phone as Lanny Baby. She texts him, I'm going to run to 204, I guess. That's at 10:32. Immediately after she leaves the Circle K. She might still be in the parking lot for all we know. And 204 is an area you'll hear about in this case. It's sort of it's shorthand for our drug dealer. I'm going to run to our drug dealer. This is Highway 204 is what this is a reference to. And their drug dealer lives on a street right off 204. So she's going to get drugs to try to make herself feel better. This is a screenshot of some GPS plots from her phone that the police eventually made after getting into her phone. You can see Highway 204 here. And this red kind of blob up here is a series of GPS points showing that she's at the drug dealer's house on Arkwright Lane from about 10:45 p.m. to 10:55. And she's storing drugs to use that night because she doesn't like the way she's feeling. This is some information exported from her cell phone extraction showing that while she was there at 10:49, she made an $80 Cash App payment to a Timothy Weston, who is her drug dealer, or at least one of them. While she's gone, Paul gets home. He had clocked out at 9:56 p.m. And I think he will say that he took him a minute to get home because he was smoking a blunt in the parking lot or something like that. You're going to hear a lot about drug use in this case. And he gets home while the defendant is still out on this trip to the drug dealer. And he'll tell you that when he got home, he went in and said hey to Danny. And he saw the kids, he saw Quentin in his crib, in his pack and play. Quentin was fine. He even interacted with him a little bit. He'll tell you what it was. Hey, little man, how's it going? And he sees that Quentin is okay, he's fine. May not be completely asleep yet, but he's there and he's okay. Now, by 10 after 11, this is another GPS screenshot. It's hard to make out on this TV. But this is by 10 after 11, she's got a bunch of GPS points hitting at the house on Buckhalter Road. And this is just to signify that this is when she gets, this is around when she gets home. 10 after 11. And so she's home at that point. Paul is upstairs in his bedroom, going to sleep, kind of secluded from the rest of the family. And Danny eventually goes to sleep as well. And you'll hear her say this to the investigators, that she was the only one up and active in the middle of the night, in the hours leading up towards 1 a.m. Danny is sleeping because he's going to get up and go to work in the morning. He has to get up at like sometime between 5 and 5:30 to go to work. And Paul was sleeping as well because he just got off work. He's tired. And you'll hear her say that I was the only one up and about. My tooth was hurting. I couldn't sleep. What she's doing is she's going on a bender. You'll hear her admit to this eventually with the police. She didn't want to talk about it initially, but you'll hear that she eventually acknowledged that she was up kind of frantically using drugs for an extended period of time while everybody else in the house is asleep and out of play. You'll hear her talk about it. I would hit a line. I would go outside. I would smoke a blunt to kind of bring myself down. Maybe smoke a cigarette. Then I'd hit another line and repeat the cycle. So she's in her house by herself, physically uncomfortable because of her dental issue, emotionally wrecked because of what's going on with her and Danny that's resurfaced again this night. Well, the resurface is probably not the way to put it because it's just an ever-present problem for her. And this is a bad situation. Right? This is a volatile, dangerous situation. And that's because you'll hear something that she later said during the investigation on a recorded call, on a recorded phone call to Daniel, who was cooperating with the police and trying to help them gain information about the effect that cocaine has on her. It's not just fun for her. You'll hear her say that it makes her angry and impulsive.
I become angry and impulsive when I'm like.
And so those are the conditions. She's up all alone, physically uncomfortable, emotionally unhappy, unstable to some degree. And around 1 a.m. probably, She kills Quentin. Now I'm going to focus on the what she did, when things happened, and probably in closing argument when all the evidence is in, we'll talk to you a little bit more about the why. The why exactly in that moment did she do this? But for now, I want you to just understand the sequence of events and what happened when. She takes his body and puts it in Dodge Journey, Georgia tag TEN 9300. And she begins the cover-up. The cover-up is not just the lies to the police. The cover-up starts immediately. A little after 1 a.m., she drives down Buckhalter Road, which turns to the right here, but it's still Buckhalter Road at that turn. And comes into Ogeechee Road right here. And she pulls into this mobile home plaza. It's right here. Mostly what you're seeing is trees, but there are mobile homes in here. This is Azalea Mobile Home Plaza. And there's a convenient stand-up dumpster sort of hidden away under some tree cover in the tree line there. And she throws Quentin's body away like a piece of trash at about 1:17 in the morning. She drives home. This is another export from her phone, showing that her phone was locked from 2:01 in the morning until 9:13 in the morning. And this is just kind of a shorthand way of saying that's roughly about the time she eventually goes to sleep. And her phone is inactive. Now Danny wakes up for work a little after 5, and he tries to wake her up to go to work. She's supposed to go to work with him. Remember, they work the same shift. She has been up all night doing drugs, and he's been, responsibly sleeping, so he's able to get up for work. And he cannot wake her up. She will not wake up. And at this point, he's trying to get out of the house to go to work. And he believes that all 3 children are there. He does not go over and check the packet plate. He doesn't even know that Quentin is gone. You saw in those pictures the packet plate is all the way across the room in the far corner. It's not right next to the closet. It's not right next to the bathroom. He can't wake her up to go to work, and he's annoyed by this because this is, I think he may tell you it's not the first time this has happened. And they are kind of tight on money. They are trying to make money to either put a down payment on a house or a security deposit on an apartment so they don't have to live with their mom anymore. And he'll tell you that he was frustrated by this. You're not going to get up and come to work and make money. And his decision at this time was to say, well, okay, you're not going to come to work and make money. We're not going to spend money on a babysitter today. Because they pay her every day in the shop. And so he texts Michelle, hey, the kids are going to stay here with her today, Miss Michelle, at 5:20 in the morning. She says, okay. And the reason for that is his thought is, look, if you're not going to get up and make money, you can stay here and watch the kids. Wake up and find these kids are still here. You can deal with them. They're yours. So he goes to work, and he clocks in at 6:11. 6 a.m., 6:11 a.m. And he will clock out at 9:15, a little over 3 hours later. And the reason, so situations like this, it's all hands on deck. Everybody comes out. Forensics comes out. The forensics unit came out, had a drone up looking for Quentin. Patrol officers are being pulled from other beats, other areas of patrol, to canvass the area and look for Quentin in the woods. All sorts of people are coming. Most of the command staff for the Chatham County Police Department showed up because this is a big deal. They take these things very seriously. One of the specialized units that responded after patrol officers had gotten there was the detectives for the Chatham County Police Department, CID, Criminal Investigations Division. And the first detective there for CID is a guy you'll hear from, Sean Wilkins. Sean Wilkins shows up, and he's the one who conducts the first, what you call more like the first formal interview with the defendant. And most notable from that statement that he takes from her at this time is when she says she went to bed and when she says she got up. You'll hear that she tells him, I went to bed around midnight and I got up around 9. She doesn't say anything at all about this trip to Azalea Mobile Home Plaza a little after 1 a.m. She doesn't want to talk about that because that's the trip that she took to get rid of Quentin's body. So here's her telling Wilkins, I went to bed around midnight and I got up around 9 a.m.
When's the last time you saw your child?
When I went to bed last night.
And what time was that? Do you remember?
Around 12.
12? Okay.
12 and I went to bed. I had my wisdom teeth removed yesterday.
I'm sorry, that's
So I went to bed kind of late.
I get you. Listen, I had them up too.
So I got up this morning about 9.
About 9?
And my front door is open, so I went up and I shut it, not thinking about anything like that. And I look over and check my kids, and he was going. All the rest were there. He was going.
It's all right. It's all right.
Went to bed at midnight, woke up around 9. No mention of the Azalea trip. I told you there were 2 trips, 2:04 earlier in the night, 10:11. Trip number 2 is that Azalea trip, a little after 1 a.m. And she is totally omitting that. Now, all hands on deck, right? Missing child. There are detectives working on this case that aren't even out at the scene from the very beginning. One of them is a Chatham County police detective you'll hear from named Kiana Robbins. Kiana Robbins is at the Islands precinct, I think is where she was on Johnny Mercer. Not anywhere close to here. But she's in her office, she's sitting at her computer and she's researching. She's seeing if she can find some helpful information. This is a stock photo of what's called a flock camera. The flock system is a series of cameras that are set up around town at major intersections or along busy roads. And what they do is they snap a picture of the license plates of all the cars that drive by. And police can use these for a number of different things. One of the things they can use them for is, say you have somebody who flees from a traffic stop and actually gets away, and the police can't pursue them without undue danger. They can take that tag number of that individual, they can put it in the flock system and put like a lookout out for them. If that tag hits on any other cameras, it'll alert the police and they can try again and make the traffic stop. Another thing that the police can do, and what Detective Robbins did, was look up vehicles registered to the defendant. She finds that Dodge Journey that the defendant drove to dispose of Quentin's body. And she puts it into the flock system, looks it up in the database to see what, if any, flock cameras that vehicle has hit on anytime recently. And she sees that car has been out late at night, driving around on trips that the defendant hasn't mentioned yet. She radios that information or maybe calls via phone. This is the tag she looks up. That's the Dodge Journey in the driveway at the time of the police response. She calls Lieutenant Foster, who you'll hear from. This is after the defendant has told Wilkins that she went to bed at midnight and woke up at 9. Hasn't mentioned anything about the Orangeville trip or the Azalea trip. Foster goes up to her. He now has this information that this tag has been hitting on some flock cameras and seems to have been driving around during the night. And he goes up to her, and he's a lieutenant at this point, which is like kind of a managerial type position. He's, by this time, is the senior man on scene, I believe. But he has a background in investigations. He was with the Savannah Police Department, I think, at one point, in their violent crimes unit, investigating homicide. So he knows his way around an investigation. He knows how to do these sort of things. He goes up to her armed with this information about the flock hits at night. He wants to know what these trips were about. So he goes up to her and he asks her, hey, did you go anywhere last night? And he's a savvy guy, so he's careful to tack on, you know, like where the kidnapper could have followed you home. And she seems to know, the evidence will show that she seems to know that he knows something about this trip to Azalea that she took and has not mentioned to this point. And so she comes up with a story. It's not totally clear when she came up with it. But the story is that, oh, that trip that I took away from my house shortly after 1 a.m., that was to go pick up Oragel from a friend at the Chevron. Now, the Chevron is right next to Azalea Mobile Home Plaza. They're kind of right next to each other. And so that's her story as to what she was doing, driving to that location at that time. My tooth was bothering me. I didn't have any Oragel. I went to pick some up and got some from a friend. This is the first appearance of the Oragel story, which lasts for about a week or so, maybe a week and a half.
Did y'all go anywhere last night or yesterday with Faith that maybe he could have followed you or something? Y'all didn't go anywhere? No, just you made you yourself.
Yeah, I know. I took a twofold yesterday, so maybe I went to the Orville. That was it.
2 o'clock yesterday afternoon?
No, like morning. I couldn't go to sleep.
Okay, so where'd you go?
Right up the road, right here, that Chevron. My friend I used to work with, she got Orville there. I answered, okay, I'm home.
Okay. Did you go anywhere else? Have you made your way home? So when did you get home?
I can tell you exactly. What did you do too? I was home at 29.
25?
So I was gone for literally 12 minutes.
All right, so that's the story about what I was doing when I drove there. Now, I'll tell you this. She's trying to show them on her phone this trip on an app called Life 360. Life 360 kind of generally tracks your movements. You can join with your family, and they can see where you are and have been, and vice versa. You may be wondering, well, look, if this trip was so sinister in nature, why is she trying to show it to them on her phone? And you'll hear testimony that the reason that she was comfortable holding out her phone as corroboration for this trip to the Chevron is that, again, the Chevron and Azalea Mobile Home Plaza are right next to each other. And looking at the screen, you can't necessarily tell which one she's at. You can only tell that she's in the general area. So she believes that this kind of helps prove that I'm telling the truth about being at the Chevron. Now, the police would later pull very precise GPS data from the phone, like not just looking at the screen, but from the actual phone, that puts her not at the Chevron, but right at the dumpsters at Azalea, which are, I don't know, maybe 100 yards, 75 yards from the Chevron. But that's why she's holding the Life 360 out and saying, look, this helps me. So that's the first appearance of the Oragel story, to explain the Azalea trip. They take, the police take all three of the adults in the house. Eventually they say, you know, we really need you to get Danny, Cole, and the defendant to the police station, sit them down for formal interviews, and just get like a complete sequence of the day from all three of these people. And the first interview with the defendant takes place in something that they call the lactation room or the nursing room. I think you sometimes also hear these things referred to as mothering rooms. And the reason for that is that Danny was in the single interview room that they have with the cameras wired up in the corners and all that. And this video is recorded on Detective Marion Lemon's phone. Now, by this time, this is a joint federal and local investigation. The FBI has shown up because they get involved in kidnappings, abduction cases. And what happens at headquarters is that they pair off teamwork one FBI agent, one detective, and they each in a pair interview each of these people. And so Detective Lemons is paired up with Special Agent Brad Snyder, whom you'll hear from. They were kind of partners throughout this investigation. And it's very open-ended at the beginning. What they're asking for is just give us an account of your day. Give us an account of the last 24 hours. Where have you been? What have you done? And so you'll hear Snyder asking him this. The video is really nothing special. I think it's just ceiling tiles the entire time because the phone is sitting on a table. But the audio is good. You can hear her. And she starts with, we left the dentist and came home. So she does start at the beginning.
So right now, again, we're sorry for everything. I mean, we can't imagine the emotions that you're feeling right now. But it's difficult. Just, you know, when she kind of thinks the last 24 hours, and just kind of give me, you know, what she's been through the past 24 hours. So about 24 hours would be this time yesterday. So from about 1 o'clock yesterday.
So
that's the start. I was leaving the dentist, getting my wisdom tooth pulled. And the end is the Oragel story, the Chevron Oragel story that she has as her last trip of the night. And she omitted that to Wilkins, is now had to come up with a story to cover this trip.
What that was really bothering me about almost 1 in the morning. So I called Circle K to see if they had Oragel. No. So I got in contact with another one of my friends named Misty that I used to work with. He has a lot of mouth problems, and asked her if she had any Oragel. And let her up at the Chevron. And I called her and got back home. You also 12 minutes. I got it for like 360. I can show y'all right now. Everything was on the loop. I was like, you're back. Get home, check my mouth, check all the kids again. They were okay.
Now, a couple things about this initial interview in which she's asked to give an account of her movements for like the last 24 hours. No mention whatsoever of the trip to the drug dealer. She doesn't want to talk about what she was doing that night in the state that it put her in. So that's omitted completely from this interview. And now she's put a name to the friend who gave her the Oragel. Misty is what she calls her. Now, I'll tell you before we move on from that, I'll tell you this. The police asked her to go through her phone, and of course she's playing, the victim. I'm the victim, the mother victim of a child abduction. So she probably feels some pressure to cooperate. And so she lets him go through her phone. A couple things I see is there's no call to Misty. And there's no call to Circle K to check and see if they have Oragel, which is something she said. First I called Circle K to check and see whether they had Oragel. They didn't, so then I called Misty. None of that in there at all. They also see a message from the defendant to Danny. We looked at this earlier. This is when she's leaving the Circle K and is about to go to the drug dealer at 10:30. Going to run to 204, I guess. This is something that she had left out in this initial interview with Snyder and Lemons. So they interview her again, and this time it's in the interview room. And they want to ask her, what's the deal with this 204 thing? Here's what she tells them. Oh, yeah, that was a trip to the drug dealer, but it wasn't actually to buy drugs. She tells them that the reason that she left the house at 10:30 at night and went to her drug dealer and was there for 10 minutes was simply to pay off a pre-existing drug debt in the amount of $20. Now, the evidence will show that that story is just absurd on its face. But in addition to that, the cash out was for $80.
Okay, I got to pause really quickly for fair use, but I just want to point out that obviously this is, just as the district attorney pointed out, is absurd. It's not even how it works. Who goes at 10:30 at night to pay off a debt like that for $20? Come on, Leilani. This is not the cop's first day on the job. All right. Sorry, you guys. I try not to interrupt, but I have to a little bit just for fair use. Okay, here we go.
Not $20. And she'll later admit that this story wasn't true. But here she is launching it.
Yeah, and I was already heading back by the time that.
So at 10:40, you texted them that you were turning on 204 to go meet with?
Yeah, like I'm turning on 204 now, like I'm about to meet him. That's what I was trying to tell him.
And at that point, you didn't get anything.
No, I just came into my office. I gave him $20 and I left. It was a couple days ago.
She's paying off a $20 debt, not actually buying drugs. Because after all, she tells them, other than marijuana, I don't use drugs.
See, you didn't get a Percocet.
I just moved $20. And even if I did, we get a first day, like $35. That's the last time I asked him. I said, I want to see this. I don't even look like that. Like, anything, anybody got to worry about anything with this on me. Because that was me. I mean, it was everything else now. I was there, I was sure he. Because, you know, was covered in these positions. So, anything that's not homegrown or part of the community, son, I don't want. I mean, homegrown, I don't need to cook those son when you got hurt. Homegrown is wrong. Not creative.
Very strong, detailed denial of the use of any drugs other than marijuana. And the reason they're asking her whether she got a Percocet from the drug dealer that night is that they had seen some messages about buying Percocets as well when they went through her phone. And they asked her about that. What about these text messages with you? Look like you're buying Percocet, using Percocet. And her story at this time is, oh, those are for a friend. I'm just the middleman for my friend Cheyenne, who likes Percocets but doesn't, I guess, know a dealer herself.
Things, that you just have to answer for, so we have to get a better understanding as to, what went on. You know, we gave us authorization to go through the text messages. There's text messages in there unless you purchase them and post them. As recently as within the past 24 to 48 hours. So just remind all of us that is that dated or they totally understand that.
That is great. So,
What's your
sometimes when you ask me if I've done, I haven't done recently. I did have a friend named Cheyenne. Cheyenne called me and was in for she will call me from time to time. I said, call up, she will help me along the way. Ask me for drugs or whatever if I can get it. And I'm waiting for it. I'm dropping it off. Whatever. Or I'm going to drop it off. They should have let me know. So, but no, we haven't messed with the Percocets.
She does not want to talk about her drug use that night because that contributed directly to the state of mind that she was in and relates so closely to her killing Quentin in the middle of the night. So she feels that she has to tell these lines. And she wants to focus on 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. because after all, this is an abduction. It's not as though I did anything in the middle of the night. My child was taken after Annie left for work. That's her story. That's what she's trying to sell. And again, she forcefully denies this.
No, I did not. I did not take a Percocet right now. This is up for you right now.
Now, police follow up. Okay, October 5th, they get statements from the defendant, which is making all these claims that we've talked about. You get a statement from Paul, they get a statement from Danny. And what you do, and this goes late into the night, eventually it's kind of time to stop on October 5th and wake up in the morning and follow up on some of this stuff. So she has said that she was at the Chevron getting Orajel from Misty, her former coworker. And so they go out and there are two real notable things that happened between the October 5th statements on day one and the next interview. And one is that they do what they call a video canvas. They go out to this Chevron area where she has said that this orogel exchange happened. And they look around and they see if they see any cameras. They go in and they ask if there's footage. And they get footage from the Chevron. And it does not show her stopping there. In fact, it shows her driving by. And they get footage from Azalea next door. And this is a major break in the case, because what the Azalea footage shows is her pulling in, doing a loop around the complex, and pulling up to the dumpsters and sitting there for about 2 minutes. And that's when she throws Quentin's body away. So you're going to hear in detail about the footage from Azalea, the different cameras and camera angles, and what you can see on which one. But this is just a sample of that. This is her driving in the Dodge Journey after 1 a.m. on a mission to throw away her dead child. So that's one notable item of follow-up that leads into the next interview. The other is that they go talk to Melissa Missy Bray. The defendant's calling her Misty on the first night. She doesn't even get her name right. But she describes her as a former co-worker from Bojangles. So Special Agent Snyder goes out to Bojangles, asks whether they could direct him to this person. They do. He goes out and interviews her. And he asked her when the last time she saw the defendant. He tells him, I haven't seen her for a long time. The last time that I saw her was when she ran it. It was like in July.
Yes, ma'am. Wolfie, did you mean to click the link or do you mean to be up here, babe? Okay, I'm going to keep going.
2022, months before what we're talking about. The defendant had run out of gas near Missy's house, had walked to Missy's house, and had borrowed a gas can. And their last contact was Missy texting her a few times, saying, hey, can I get that gas can back? And that was it. And that was months before. And Special Agent Snyder looked at these messages and they corroborate what Missy is telling him. So, Chevron story, the met Missy at Chevron story is now just completely torpedoed. And so they bring her in for another interview on October 8th. And this one is with an FBI agent named Bridget Brock. And it's conducted at the FBI office in Savannah. And they confront her with these two findings. One, the security footage from Azalea and from Chevron. And two, what Missy has told them. And she just sticks to the origin story and just insists that it is true. And this is what that sounded like. Just to figure out how she's going to play this with this new information that they're presenting her with.
We'll talk about that, okay? Because Missy had talked to you.
Yeah, she has.
She hasn't talked to you in quite some time.
Yeah, she
She
has.
did not have a conversation with you about the ordeal.
Yes.
So in your mind, you've looked at all these timestamps and plausibly you came up with a story that's partly true.
No, that is
But
true.
there's very, very many missing pieces, right? And in your story, you haven't been completely honest about where you were at and why you were
I
there.
was 100% honest about where I was at. I showed the Life 360. I told him I even gave her the origin that she gave me.
Right, and that didn't happen. We've already interviewed this.
Yeah, I got the origin. That did happen. She had that moment inside of her mouth. That's the reason why I asked her for it.
You have to stop saying this. It did not happen.
Yes, it did.
So that's the story on October 8th, sticking to her guns. Now, October 12th, she comes in for another interview. And this is with Brad Snyder, who I've talked about already, who you've heard a little bit from and seen a little bit of. and an FBI agent named Savannah Solomon that he works with closely. And this is at the FBI office. And this is a long interview. I've pared it down a little bit so we don't have to spend 3 hours watching it during the trial, but it's still fairly long. And initially, at least, she's sticking to the Orangeville story. That's Savannah Solomon on the left, Snyder on the right, and the defendant in the middle.
And I did. Yeah, I did.
I did meet Misty, 100%. It happened. I'm telling you. And she tells this kind of flowery story describing this meeting. She lavishes them with details about how this went down.
So you went to Missy's house, and did you go inside her house? She was just standing outside. How long did y'all interact there with Missy? How long did you talk?
2-3 minutes. It was quick little conversation. You are not from now to this one. She does some crack and stuff. She did. How much she was outside.
Now she has Misty.
I'm going to talk, but you don't have to adjust your volume. I'll just be quiet. Bruh, she's throwing all of her friends under the bus. I mean, I don't know why I'm surprised, because look what she's capable of doing. She's so disgusting. All of this to lie and to cover up what she did. Ugh, nasty. Here we go.
She was smoking crack when she gave the defendant the Orangeville. And what is going on here is when the defendant is lying and telling a story to cover something up that she did.
Objection, Your Honor, at this point in time, those opening statements, Mr. Dean has the right to say what he expects the evidence to show, not his interpretation of it. So,
the evidence will show that she added this detail to suggest a faulty memory on Misty's part, to suggest that, maybe this will help explain why Misty is telling that she hadn't seen me. And it is nothing to her to just accuse Missy of having smoked crack during this meeting that didn't happen. But in any case, a few minutes later, she finally admits that she didn't see Missy.
She got she looked back to me 100% truthful. 100%. That's the only way that we're going to get the document. That's a big thing. Because did you do any more last night?
I did go to bed last night. I found it in the car was one of the ones I lost. And I found it when I got back to the house.
So after insisting on the 5th that she met Misty at the Chevron for Orangeville.
Hang on, I just got a comment about this Orangeville story. Okay, anybody that's ever had a toothache knows that you are going to tear that house apart, especially if you think that you have Orangeville looking for it. You're not going to go out of the house to get Orangeville and then all of a sudden get back to the house and realize, oh man, I had Orangeville here all the time. Stop playing with these people, Leilani. It's ridiculous. She's so disgusting. Okay, I'm sorry. I try not to interrupt, but y'all know I got to do it a little bit for fair use. Okay, here we go.
And after insisting on the 8th that was the truth, and after insisting even at the outset of this interview that it was true, she finally admits that it wasn't true and massages the inconsistency by saying, I didn't speak to her, but I did go there with the intent of seeing her. And she adds a detail that hasn't been included in any of her stories to date. Oh, and by the way, you've asked me if I threw any trash away there. Yeah, I did throw some trash away. She has a story for what that trash was. The evidence will show she did not want to admit that it was Quentin's body. So she describes this trash that she threw away as stinky shrimp pasta that had been sitting in the car in a trash bag and smelling up the car.
Shrimp pasta. Yeah. The whole car's like shrimp. Yeah, I was just adding there. What is that smell? I felt like before I even went to go to a floor. You know, I didn't go to the floor. I'm like, get out of the car.
And they asked her about this. Gosh, you know, this is the most critical fact in the case. Throwing Quentin's body in the dumpster at Azalea, what she was doing at Azalea Mobile Home Plaza at 1:17 in the morning or so. And her explanation for that is, it's just such a minor thing, throwing away some trash, that I didn't think to mention it in my hours of previous interviews.
I don't stop it. It's not stop it. I don't think anything of it, to be honest. It's just, I'm food. I'm in the car. See what I'm doing with it out.
She does not want to talk about what was in that trash bag. They also revisit the drug use, and you'll remember the strong denials on October 5th, which are repeated on October 8th. On this October 12th interview, she admits finally that, I did take a Percocet that night.
And the episodes in conjunction with smoking. And about what time would you have done that?
By the time I got home, I took it like 11 something or whatever.
And so Snyder asked her about her changing story. You've been adamant that you met Misty for Oragel, and now you're finally admitting to us, I actually didn't speak to her. You've initially, over the course of 2 interviews, maybe more, didn't mention throwing trash away. And now you've got a very detailed account about doing that and what it was. And you, on the 5th, were adamant that you hadn't used any drugs other than marijuana. And now you're telling us that you did take a Percocet too. What's going on? Why is the story changing? And her explanation for that is, my faulty memory might have something to do with all the cocaine I was doing that night, which is a drug that had totally been absent from all of her prior accounts and fits much more with the $80 cash app than the story about paying off the drug front. And so she is explaining her inconsistent stories by adding another inconsistency, which is an admission to cocaine use.
Jurors have requested a short break, and that makes sense. Let's take a 10-minute break and resume with the opening statement. Mr. Dean, again, I'm going to ask you not to talk about the case, don't do any research about the case, avoid conversations about the case. The time now is about 11:29. Let's aim to be back here at 11:40. Okay, we're in recess.
All right, just so you guys know, we are behind a little bit. And so we'll just scooch on up and hopefully we don't have to wait very long. Okay, they're still on a break. Now, I also sent the link to Allie and Melissa Jade if they want to come up here, but let's just talk a little bit about what we just heard, okay? First of all, let's start with the, hold on a minute, I'm going to fix this. Oh dear, no, I don't care for that at all. Let's do it, but there we go, that's better. Lord. Let's start with her video, okay, that she sent. Yeah, MJ, check in chat, babe. I got you. Anyway, let's start with the video, okay, that she made for her children and for her boyfriend at the time, Danny. And, you know, what I noticed more than anything is what she said about the children. And she announced that, you know, Quentin smiles a lot. He's a middle child. And that's about all she really had to say. Well, you're going to grow up to be a good man or something. Yeah, something to that effect. She had much more powerful things to say, particularly to her daughter and to her oldest. Quentin just didn't get much. And, you know, I have to just make a brief commentary on the Oragel versus cocaina. Back in the day, and I'm talking about like way back in the day, I'm talking about like, you know, in the 1800s, back in the Wild Wild West, you know, those days, pioneer days, that particular substance was used for tooth pain. So whatever, Leilani, but I mean, come on, like it's, I am glad that I wish she wouldn't have done this at all. However, thankfully she made so many big, huge, glaring mistakes along the way that they're able to catch her and to arrest her and to charge only her. Now, one of the things that I thought was interesting. We all had, you know, questions, right? We all come into every trial with questions. For me, I haven't always understood completely the full picture around the babysitter situation because it was my understanding that Leilani was going to lose custody of Quentin and his older brother. Okay. But before that could happen, in conjunction with CPS, Leilani and Billy Joe, her mother, worked out a situation where Billy Joe would have custody of the children, and that way the state wouldn't take them. And it was my understanding that the babysitter situation was not a choice, that the children went there regardless of whether Leilani went to work or not. And that was what my understanding of it was. Now, it appears as if that isn't quite the case because seems like there was an option. Let me just touch on a couple of comments just about the situation with the Oragel versus the illicit substance. Do you know that song by The Weeknd, I Can't Feel My Face? Just go listen to that. That's what that's about. Just so you know. I just wanted to point that out. But anywho, that's see, Dietz, that's what I thought. Dietz says, in the guardianship agreement, Leilani was not supposed to be alone with the children, hence the need for a babysitter. And I wonder if Danny knew that. And this is a decent loophole, although I think a quite dangerous one. Deet says, so if Danny or Paul were home, they wouldn't have had to go to a babysitter because she wasn't technically alone. And we know that Paul was in the house, so I guess that's why it happened. But it's interesting to me. So, I think we all were curious, right, how the state intended to prove that it was, and this is their burden, to prove that it was only Leilani. She is the only person who murdered Quentin, because there were other people in the home. And I think we're getting that now. We're getting to that point where they're explaining all the elements, all of the details. And, I know that has been a lot of very, very harsh criticism for Leilani's mom, Billie Joe. And I would ask that we all take a wait and see approach. We might have initial thoughts, initial feelings, initial impressions, but this is the time where we hear all of the evidence that's relative to this. And so I think I am under the impression with Billie Joe that she wanted her daughter to have the opportunity to be a mother at some point, even though in the moment, at the time, she wasn't capable of being a mom to her children, that she wanted her grandchildren, Leilani's children, to know their mother. And she was, I think, hoping and optimistic that Leilani would do what she needed to do. She just needed to grow up a little bit. And you can tell when we go back and look, especially Allie covered this a lot, the interviews that Leilani gave to the news with Billie Joe standing right next to her. There are so many moments in those interviews where Billie Joe is looking at her daughter, and there's a disdain, a look of disgust on her face, and it's almost like she's having to almost chew her tongue off. She wants to say something, but she doesn't. And I can't imagine how that must feel. I just can't. I can't imagine the conflict that you would feel as a mother, that your own child would be capable of murdering their child. I just, and this is, I just can't imagine it. And this is my question to Dietz. So Dietz on the street says, May, the question for me is, did Billie Joe know she was alone with the kids? Because they were supposed to go to the babysitter that morning. There's been some back and forth on it, so I'm curious what comes out in court. That's my question too. In fact, I have a lot of questions that I can't really think of right now in the moment, but I know that once I hear like it being referenced either in opening statements or in actual testimony, then I will I'll remember, oh yeah, I was wondering about that. So, I'm curious about that. There's a lot of, I think some of the biggest questions that most everybody has is, how did this occur in the way that the state thinks that it occurred and nobody heard anything? And I do think that is a good, reasonable question. I will say, though, that it's not out of the realm of possibilities. You know, it is possible. Hang on just one second. Anyway, sorry about that, you guys. My bad. I just think, you know, that's a good question to ask. It's a reasonable question to ask, and it's going to be, in my opinion anyway, um, a question that the jurors are also going to ask. And I think, I hope that the state is prepared to answer those questions, especially because we have learned through some of the hearings, some of the evidence that we expect to come out. They did take some items from inside of that pack and play, and those were sent for testing. And it seems like they were the testing that they were trying to do on them was to ascertain if there was, trigger warning, you guys, because this is hard, if there was like brain matter on those items. And so that's important, because if the actual taking of Quentin's life occurred in that pack and play, then how was it not heard? Because they were all in one room, is how I understand it to be. Okay, Allie has the answer. Okay, so Allie says, they said in the beginning Paul was upstairs and you can't hear from upstairs. And Danny was working and sleeping, but Quentin's playpen was in the corner of the living room or whatever. So they're going to explain that. They have to. The state has got what they have thus far, okay, in their opening statements. And these, let's remember too, the opening statements are not evidence. They are just a story from both sides of what they think the evidence will show, what the evidence will prove. Okay. So far they have not really gotten to that point of it yet. I'm sure that's coming, obviously. But it is the state's burden to prove. And so far, where we are in the opening statements, they have shown evidence that Leilani is a lying liar face who lives on Liar's Lane. That's number one. She's definitely lied. They have her on video and with her phone being near the dumpsters. And then they traced that specific dumpster. Every dumpster has a grid in the landfill area on certain days where they are to unload their trucks. And so they searched that area for weeks until they found him. So they have that, but they have got to prove that she is the one who did this. And so we have not heard in opening statements anyway, their theory based on the evidence of just exactly what happened. And I do think that's coming. And I know that that's going to be very, very difficult for all of us to hear. Okay, so then the other question I've seen in chat was, is Billy Joe there? Okay, so I think that yes, she is there. Billy Joe would be a witness here, okay? And it's a little bit complicated when the witness is also a victim, okay? Because Quentin is Billy Joe's grandchild, who she also had guardianship over. Therefore, she is a victim's family, like direct. Okay. And so when they don't allow witnesses to be in the courtroom during testimony, there sometimes is an allowance. We saw this with the in Lori Vallow's trial. Okay. With why is my mind drawing a blank? Not Crush's mom. Help me, guys, in the chat. My mind is blank. JJ's grandmother. Why can't I think of her name right now? Initially, the defense did not want her. Kay, thank you, guys. I don't understand. My mind just went boop. Kay, JJ's grandmother. The defense objected to her being in the courtroom during testimony. And the theory behind that is essentially they don't want witnesses to hear what other people have testified to and it alter their testimony. But because she is a victim, because she's JJ's grandmother, Kay Woodcock, they have to make a motion. I have, as they've been panning around, I have not seen Billy Joe. But I know I can't imagine that she wouldn't be there. I mean, I just can't imagine this. Her not attending. I just don't know what allowances they've made because some of the hearings, most of the hearings, if not all of the hearings, were not streamed. We did get some articles and stuff like that after the fact. And let me say this regarding those hearings and updates. If you go over to Allie's channel, Alex Erickson's channel, Allie has done a fantastic job recapping all of the things in order for us to be ready for the trial. And so I would imagine Allie knows these things, and Allie says that she's been at the other hearings. So, and Claus spoke to her. So, see, we have our very own Claus, who is our our courtroom correspondent. She is attending this trial. And she's been reporting back to Allie. So I wanted to answer, this is not about like this specific trial, but I forgot to answer this last night. And I remember now that I was asked this. I was asked about attending Sarah Boone's trial. I wanted to attend Sarah Boone's trial very, very much. However, unfortunately, given the state of affairs in the Floridas currently with gas and everything and the devastation, I feel like I wouldn't be doing my part if I were to take gas away from people who need it every day to go to work and get around. To go to attend this trial, and on top of that, to take a hotel room, because it's only a 3-hour drive, but that's a lot to sit in trial every day and then drive back 3 hours. So likely I would stay there. And so I just feel like I would be taking up a resource that somebody else might need, somebody who had to evacuate, their home is unlivable. So I just feel like the responsible way to pitch in is in doing my part is to stay my hiney at the house. I wanted to go very, very badly. I wanted to see Sarah in person. I wanted to attend. I've always wanted to attend a trial, not to be I've always wanted to be on a jury. I think the chances of me being picked for a jury, given that I have a YouTube channel and that I cover true crime, are pretty slim. I can't. I think I would be an ideal jury member for a prosecutor. and really even for a defense, because I can focus on and separate what I know about the case or have heard about the case previously to only basing my verdict on the information and testimony and evidence presented at trial. But I think that the prosecutor and the defense would be worried about me being able to do that, and I would be like I wouldn't be ideal in their eyes for jury duty. So I always wanted to be picked. I just don't think I would be, but I've always wanted to attend a trial. I think it is, I think if you're going to cover true crime, it's a good idea to cover a trial. This is where we learn. We're not going to learn every single detail. And I think that we're probably, like with most trials, we're going to have some questions that remain unanswered. Because if they presented every single minute detail of every piece of evidence and everything, trials would last months, and it's just not feasible. And so they present what they feel is going to meet their burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. So but I just have always wanted to see how to be in attendance at a trial and be able to observe. I've always wanted to do that, and I don't think that for my first trial it would be a good idea to attend a trial like this one that has to do with children. Quentin is very close in age to my granddaughter, as you all know, Olivia Chicky Pot Pie, Chicky Nuggy Pot Pie Esquire, because that little girl's going to be an attorney one day. The way that she reasons and makes good arguments for why she should be allowed to do something at her age blow me away. So she is going to be my little attorney, I hope. So, anyway, I just, I've always wanted to attend a trial, but I just feel like attending Boone's, I don't think it's the right thing to do at this time. Had it not been for Hurricane Milton, I think I would have. But, so, okay, it looks like they're back in the courtroom. They'll be bringing the jury in shortly. And we'll get back into
We are
opening
back on the
statements.
order, back on the record in SBCR 22-03364J6. Counsel for the defense is at the table with Ms. Simon. Counsel for the are at their table. We haven't yet brought the jurors back in. Is there anything that we need to take up before we bring the jurors back in?
No, Your Honor, I'm ready to continue.
All right, let's proceed.
Jurors entering.
I'm sure you guys have your volume turned all the way up. Court TV is behind, and they have not started yet. I have it playing in the background, only I can hear it. Should their audio be better, I will switch and we'll listen to Court TV. What in the actual F is this heffalump writing? It needs to be, let's just save the taxpayers' money and I'll plead guilty right now. That's what I think she should be writing, although probably
Thank you.
not.
And so for the record, the jurors are all back. They are being seated at this time. All right,
Oh, you know
all
what,
16.
Deet's good catch. It
Thank
might
you.
be, babe.
And Mr. Dean will resume with his opening statement.
So, October 12th, And we've come a long way.
At the table with Ms. Simon, counsel for the state, along with Detective Lemons are at their table. We haven't yet brought the jurors back in. Is there anything that we need to take up before we bring the jurors back in?
No, Your Honor, I'm ready to
I think Court TV's audio is just slightly
Let's
better.
proceed.
Just by a little bit, though. Also, they have closed captioning available, so we'll use that. I just want you guys to know that this is the type of professionalism that you're going to get over here at the Ward Case Studies. I'll find the best audio for you guys, the closed captioning, and we'll all get to hear Aunt Brenda tell people about the definition of cooter, just so you guys know. It's the kind of 5-star content we provide over here at the Ward. Okay? You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. And so for the record, the jurors are all back. They are being seated at this time. All right, all 16. Thank you. And Mr. Dean will resume with his opening statement.
So, October 12th, and we've come a long way from the October 5th account of only using marijuana that night. This is where we end up on October 12th.
Just before we left, you were taking the trash survey. You were cooking, you were upset.
And in this interview, she acknowledges that this wasn't like the one night she used cocaine. She's a regular user of cocaine, which she had denied in earlier interviews. Now, at the end of the day, the most critical thing though is what happened to Quentin. What happened to Quentin at the middle of the night? And here is what she had to say about that. I don't know if I did something to him, but if I did, I will take responsibility. She appears to be claiming something like a lack of memory, and I'll tell you that the evidence that you'll see is going to show that when she drove to those dumpsters at Azalea to throw Quentin's body away, you can see that she's driving normally. You'll see that she comes to a complete stop at stop signs. She uses her turn signal. You'll hear evidence that the investigators could tell from her phone that she plugged her phone into the USB charger in the car when she got in. So the evidence will show that she was aware of what she was doing when she took him there, and that her claims to just not know what happened cannot be true. They do not fit with the other evidence. We've talked a lot about what she has been saying to the police and the FBI on the 5th, on the 8th, on the 12th. But we haven't talked much about the other aspect of the investigation, which is the effort to find Quentin and to figure out exactly what happened to him. So I'll talk a little bit about that now. Now, on October 18th, police announced that they believe Quentin's body to be in a local landfill, and that they're about to begin this extremely challenging needle in a haystack search of the landfill. And this is how they got there. A detective with the Chatham County Police Department goes out to the mobile home plaza once these dumpsters become an area of interest after they've looked at the security footage. And he asks what garbage truck company services these dumpsters, and they give him that information. He gets in touch with that garbage truck company, and he learns that it was truck 309 from a company, 3909, I should say, from a company called Waste Pro. This is the list of stops for that truck on that day. Serviced the mobile home plaza. This is on the morning of October 5th, actually. Quentin wasn't in the dumpster for very long because it was emptied that day. And this, what I'll tell you next, kind of goes to explain Quentin's condition when they ultimately found him. Not an intact body, but in pieces, little pieces, bones. It's a front-loading garbage truck, extends its hydraulic forks into the slots on the side of the dumpster, and drops Quentin and all the other garbage into the box in the back of the truck. There's a compactor in that truck that compacts everything. You want that compactor in there so that the truck doesn't have to go to the landfill as frequently. Makes the garbage smaller and take more garbage. That truck went to the Waste Management Superior Landfill on Little Neck Road on the morning of October 5th. This is a landfill ticket. They weigh the trucks when they're coming in. That's how they know how much to charge the garbage truck company for this particular load. This is for Waste Pro truck 3909. And with this information, the detectives go out and they talk to the landfill manager, and he's able to identify the area that garbage was being dumped and then kind of shoved to on October 5th. And this kind of general area up here, that becomes the search area. So they have kind of an idea of like a general box in the landfill of where Quentin is going to be found. But this is still an extremely difficult thing. Even if you know the general area, there's like 2 more days of trash that have since been dumped there since the 5th. And this stuff gets compacted and moved around. They drive these compactors over it that have studded metal rollers, and everything just gets shredded. You may have this idea that you go into a landfill and it's just like a pile of bags of trash, just like they were when you put them in your garbage can at home. It is not like that. You will see that it is not like that. Everything is shredded because compaction is the name of the game in landfills. You will hear that. You got to get everything pressed down real tight because space is money. So at the end of the day, they have tons and tons of garbage to search through. And so they arrange the landfill search. They have some consultants from an outside agency come in and advise on this because it's a very technical thing. These consultants are able to tell them, based on the size of the box, about how many tons of trash they'll have to search through to exhaust the area, based on known rates of searching, like pounds per day. They're able to give them an estimate of how many people this is going to take and how much time it's going to take. They have to order specialized protective gear, steel-toed boots, Tyvek suits, respirators, gloves to put over the gloves. This is a biohazard environment. And they have to find volunteers, and this is an all-volunteer duty. All right? And for weeks, volunteers from the police department and from some other law enforcement agencies came out here early in the morning, and they do this landfill search that involves an excavator up in the search area, scooping up garbage, putting it in a dump truck. Dump truck comes down on this open area bounded by cones that they call the search deck. Excavator down here kind of spreads the garbage, that particular load, I think they were calling them lines, out onto the search deck. And the law enforcement officers, these volunteers, get online with rakes, and they just search through it. This is what that looks like. And they do this for days, weeks, in the heat, all that gear on, That's why I said earlier, these efforts can only be described as heroic. They want to find Quentin. The evidence will show that these things are not typically successful. There's a very low success rate with these landfill searches because, again, it's a needle in a haystack proposition. But that's what the police are doing while she is playing games with investigators and changing her story and changing her story again. October 24th, while the landfill search is underway and those volunteers are suffering in the heat out there, not knowing whether the next rape is going to bring more tedium and boredom or if it's going to bring the horror of what they're actually looking for. The defendant is still playing games. Having already admitted that she went to Azalea and threw away trash, but it was only stinky shrimp pasta, she does an interview with the news, WTOC, in which she still, even at this late stage, this is October 24th, that's 19 days after the initial 911 call, and after several interviews where her story has just been shot to pieces. She does this interview where she holds herself out as the victim of a child abduction, still on that, and has the gall to make an appeal to the public to just please bring Quentin home safe. And the evidence will show that she knows he's not safe. And she knows he's not coming home.
My kids woke up to me screaming, "Where's Quentin?" and running through the house. I ran and looked everywhere, inside, outside, so screaming for help. I've been here every day since this. I'm not running and I'm not hiding. And if something does come up that I am at fault, I will take myself to that police station. And I'll walk with her. All we want is justice for Quentin's life. We want justice to him. We want answers.
We don't care the cost.
We want answers just like everybody else does. At the end of it all, we love you, baby Q. My little monkey, and we want him home.
That same day in which she's claiming to the news they had no idea what happened and to just want him home, she sends this text message to Savannah Solomon of the FBI. And this is just the latest Hail Mary. After all the statements about going to the Chevron and then going to Azalea and what she was doing there, and I was actually throwing away trash and not Quentin. At this point, October 24th, the same day as that news interview, she and Danny are split at this point. He kind of seems to see the writing on the wall for her and has left town, I believe. And I think they're not together at this point. And so now's the perfect time to try to put it on Danny. I'm not lying for Danny anymore. The reason why my story about Oragel and shit didn't make sense was because Danny told me to say that he was the one who left. My phone was in the car from my previous trip. And the reason she says that is her phone GPS puts her at the dumpsters too, not just the video. So anyway, she's throwing it on Danny and is now saying, you know what, I didn't actually make that trip at all. That's him and me. And they get her in for an interview a couple days later to formalize that statement. And they just sort of let her talk and put it out there. But the evidence will show that it was clearly not true. It was a desperate attempt to just try something new after, I don't know, a dozen lies to that point. And that interview was on October 31st, last day in October. Now on November 18th, about 3 or 4 weeks after they started searching through that landfill, it was an arduous task, challenging thing, all volunteers. They finally find what they're looking for. November 18th is a memorable day for the people who are involved in this landfill search because they find Quentin and he's not in good shape. Okay, they find him in pieces. Mostly bones, a foot. It's not as though he's in one place on that search deck. They're finding bones in different lines, spread out. He's horrified. They send Quentin's remains up to the FBI lab at Quantico, Virginia, where DNA analysis is done. And they confirm what everybody already knew, is that this is Quentin. And the defendant comes in for one last interview. So that's where she ends up. After having given this very detailed cover story about going to the Chevron to meet Misty for Oragel, and having added this later, this richly detailed account of having thrown away some garbage at Azalea in the dumpster, but it only being shrimp pasta. Her final story, when they found Quentin after tracing the trash and making it undeniable that what she was throwing away in that dumpster at Azalea was her son's body, the best she could do in her last interview is to claim a total and complete lack of memory from seeing him in his pack and play at 10-something to snapping back into consciousness on the way home from Azalea. And we'll watch it, you'll see more. Specifically what she says happened is that she was driving home, hit a set of railroad tracks, and that jolted her back into now forming memories again. That's the story she ends up with. After those richly detailed accounts of false statements for what happened during that trip, now she just can't remember anything that happened during the critical time period in this case, the murder and the disposal of the body. So that is, as concise as I can make it, the account of what happened and what how the investigation unfolded. What will the trial look like? Okay, so that's kind of the story, start to finish. What will the trial look like? Trial's not like an opening statement. All right, we bring witnesses in one at a time. It can be kind of disjointed and choppy because each individual comes in and they can only talk about really their role and what they did, heard, saw, that sort of thing. You will hear from some of the responding officers. You'll hear from people like Michelle McCarta, people in Quentin's life who can tell you some things about how the defendant felt about Quentin and treated him. You'll hear from the investigators who took these statements and followed up on them. You'll hear from some of the people who were involved in this search of the landfill. You'll hear from some of the scientists at Quantico who were tasked with identifying Quentin and seeing what they could make of these remains, which are just totally torn apart. What I do not expect you will hear is exactly how the defendant killed Quentin. And that's because she covered it up. It's because she got rid of the body. All right. The evidence will show that her specific intent from the outset was that he never be found at all. And him being found in pieces, little bitty pieces, was the next best thing. The judge will tell you that in a case like this, we do not have to prove exactly how the defendant killed Quentin. Under these circumstances, how could you? And that is a sensible rule. Because what we have to prove, what is important, is not exactly how she killed him, but that she killed him. The fact that she did it. And the evidence that we will present to you will do that. It will do that, beyond a reasonable doubt. So at the end of the case, when all the evidence is in, we will make our closing arguments, and we will ask you to find her guilty of all of the charges in the indictment. I want to thank you for your attention. This has been a fairly long opening statement, but it was important to us, because it's our one chance to do it, is to give you kind of soup to nuts from the outset. What is this case about, and what did this investigation look like? So I thank you for your attention.
All right, thank you, Mr. Dean. Turn to the defense. Does the defense wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't intend to speak nearly as long as Mr. Dean did. Because frankly, this whole case is about rumor, gossip, speculation, and innuendo, and ultimately the state's bold conclusions about what they say happened but can't prove. Unquestionably, this is an emotional case. I know that. I have 5 children, 4 grandchildren. So I understand how emotional this can be. But this case can't be decided based on emotions. It has to be decided on facts and evidence presented in this courtroom. It can't be determined by emotions or their rumors and their gossip and their conclusions. And in the end, what you will determine is that's exactly the foundation of the state's claims. Bunch of conclusions, bunch of declarations, unsupported by actual evidence. These declarations about she did this at 1 o'clock, she killed Quentin. She drove here, and then all of that are their conclusions, what they have decided the evidence shows. But what is important in a trial is this witness stand, where witnesses testify and evidence is presented. It's not what some lawyer says. It's not what the state declares the evidence to be, and that includes this discussion about the statements. Mr. Dean has his ideas of what those statements represent, but that's your job. And it's not to simply rely on the state's conclusions about what they mean. The state has a conclusion. The core conclusion is that Leilani Marie Simon murdered her child. The evidence will simply not support that bold conclusion. That is why, after we've heard all the evidence and all the argument, the evidence will lead you to one place, and that is a finding with respect to murder and concealing the death of another of not guilty. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Purse. This would probably be a good time.
Okay, they want a break for lunch, and then they will resume testimony after that. I think if Allie and anybody else, Melissa, if you guys want to come up here and talk about these opening statements such as they were, now would be a fantastic time. I don't think that I'm going to stream the trial after lunch, and here's why. I do have some work that I have to get done, and to be quite honest with you, I didn't expect for there to be testimony today. I expected that there would be, the state would give, I knew the state's was going to be a long opening statement, but I really thought that the defense's opening statement would be a little longer than that. I feel like, that was very short. You know, in some respects, yes, Tom Selleck, they are. In some respects, the opening statement that the defense gave was, I guess somewhat accurate, because yes, this is a very emotional case. And I have to say, one that I'm a little bit surprised that, hold on a minute.
Hearing issues, or may have some hearing issues, and she provided what the court marked as Exhibit 2, despite her showing the document, which really indicates to me that there is speech understanding in background noise within limits. So we chose to keep her here on the jury today. I just want to note for the record that she appears to be responding to all commands made verbally. When I asked each of the jurors to write their name on the front page so that they can begin making notes on the back page, she did so immediately. And I say all this to say that she seems to be doing fine. And I just want to put that on the record.
I would concur, Judge. I've noticed the same thing, and I would concur, Judge. I've noticed the same thing, and I got the same conclusions from the note that we got during jury selection. So I note for the record the same thing.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Dean, anything?
I agree, Your Honor, and I would just add that during jury selection, when this issue came up, when she brought it to our attention, the reason that I did not push the issue about asking her headset to amplify the volume is that during that colloquy with the court and with counsel, she was being questioned in a very normal tone, and by Mr. Hilliard in particular, and actually kind of a soft, low tone, and just didn't seem to have any problem whatsoever with hearing what people were saying. So that I think that the record is clear on her ability to hear what is being said in the courtroom.
Okay, I appreciate the observations. Is there anything else that we need to deal with at this time before we break?
Nothing from the defense, Judge.
Okay. So we're going to resume at 1:30. That's the aim. Let's get back here about 1:25 so that if there's anything, we can address it before we begin. All right. And with that, we're in recess.
All right. I will say that it is an emotional trial, and I was thinking about this when he was making that statement. Hold on a second. I don't want to cough in the. Okay. So he's right. This is going to be an emotional trial. And I was thinking, I'm wondering why they didn't opt for a bench trial. And, let's see if we can spot Claus. Let's go back in the audience. Let's see. This will be like like one of those, let's see. Black and gray jacket. Let me look if I can find Harold freaking Claus. I wish I could search and be looking at chat. So if I spot the clause, you can just say, there I am. But I can't do both. Let's see if maybe they show it before the break when they pan out to the gallery. Claus, you know exactly when they might show you, babe? I will say this. I want to thank you, Claus, for your being our oh, it's MJ for being our in-court correspondent. Hi, MJ. What's you doing?
Hi.
How are you?
Angry. I'm angry.
Why? Okay, what you angry about? Let me stop sharing. And you have the floor. Please go ahead, ma'am.
The concern I had going into this was with the condition of Quentin's partial remains, was that they were not going to be able to prove what exactly happened. And that's exactly now basically what they said. And my biggest fear is that she's going to walk away with much lesser charges, disposal of the body, you know, the false statements, and an accident. And I really, really, really hope that they have something that will show that, no, there's absolutely no way, whether it's the, you know, spatter. I don't know. I'm hoping with the little bit that we know so far, they will be able to, but it's a huge, huge concern of mine. And even knowing, you know, not saying that you can't get your GED, you know, like while that you're, but she's made changes, right? And so they may go for like being under the drugs impaired her ability to make, you know, the best decisions. Yes, she wasn't in the right state of mind, but an accident happened. She freaked out, covered it up. But look at the strides she's made since she's been sober, since she's been incarcerated. You know, she's got her GED. That is what I'm freaked out about. And I'm really nervous.
I would make the argument that that is an example of why she should be kept incarcerated, because she was free. And look at the life choices she made. Look what she did. And now she is locked up. And not only is everybody and all of her other children safe from her, but society at large is as well. That would be my argument. But I absolutely, I take your point and I agree with you. It is a concern. I will say, though, that I think unlike the situation, the case with what's her face, the biggest liar, Casey Anthony.
Yeah.
I think that there are elements with respect to poor Quentin's little body that there's a reason that they have said in other documents that they believe blunt force trauma.
Yes.
I would imagine.
Yeah. So they have to, I'm hoping they know something. You're right, because that specific charge is cruel and unusual punishment with an object.
Right.
So,
I'm thinking that even though Quentin was very, very young, he wasn't even 2 yet. His the plates in the skull start to fuse when it starts immediately after birth, but by almost 2 years old, you know, they would become almost completely fused. They would be completely fused. That's what gets away from the soft spot, but they begin to harden. And our skull and our sternum are two of the hardest, most solid bones. The sternum, of course, covers your heart, and your skull obviously covers your brain. So what I'm thinking is that even though not all of Quentin was recovered, what it sounds like to me is that his skull was, which is why they did subsequent testing looking for brain matter. Because I'm thinking we're going to see something, or going to hear about something happening with his skull.
Was that blood on the
Well-
playpen in that photo we saw?
I have
I
to
don't
go
know.
back
That's what
and
I was
look.
gonna.
You want me to pull it up? Because I have it right here. And I was
Yes,
like, whoa.
please. Yes, please. Because
I
I
don't know,
stopped
but
sharing.
I think there is some kind of blood evidence or something like that, because I do think there might be some evidence on his skull, but I think for them like to so quickly come out and say the blunt force trauma, and they were testing for vomit. I remember something about vomit. I don't know about blood and then the apparent brain matter. So I'm wondering if there's not evidence at the house, and then also the evidence that would remain with the parts of him that they recovered.
Right, right. I mean, I think what they're thinking is that she struck him in the head. And when that happens, this is why they would be obviously looking for brain matter, but also vomit, because those two things go together, unfortunately. And I share your concern, both of you guys, particularly because of the jury makeup. Allie talked about that last night. What's the makeup, Allie? 10,
I think, yeah, 10 men and then
6 women?
6 women.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because men sometimes, it depends on their age group. We talked about this, can sometimes be sympathetic to women, particularly one as young as Leilani, especially if they're older. It's going to be a little bit of a double-edged sword, though, for Leilani, because with that age also comes, if the men are older, they likely have grandchildren. So it might not work out in her favor so much. Okay. Are you talking about along this?
Right here.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, like it very well with the condition, who knows? It could be food, like if she gave him food in the playpen and over time, but given that the color, it looks potentially like washed out. And look over here, we have over here, you could see residue looking over here, but this main one. But my biggest thing is that now that we got a little bit more information with the timeline, to know that, and now it makes more sense with seeing where the playpen is in relation to the room. And look at that on the floor. I wonder what that is. When we heard how Danny Youngkin went to work in the morning and he saw all the kids, it makes sense, because we even said, like, well, we don't know exactly where it was, if she put blankets there, like, did you go and physically look? But what I don't understand is if the kids were asleep after the bath, right? Danny went to sleep and Leilani went and, got drugs. And she killed Quentin about like 1 a.m. Was that baby sleeping? And she just, and he wasn't even awake. He wasn't even or did he potentially wake up? Because I was like, wait, if they were sleeping, what would even make her go over to him?
What would trigger it? I don't know. That's a good point. Maybe it was, well, look at how she was acting in that video to Danny, where she was acting like she was going to do something to herself. All I know is the fact that we're going to get calls with Danny, with police listening in the same way we did with Al and Letitia. We're going to know a lot more about, like, I think that will close some of because there's room for conspiracies right now. There's a lot of people that have spun them. I've heard it actually for months, but even more recently, I think those calls are going to close the gaps on some of that a little bit, because we'll hear how they speak to each other. Yeah.
Melissa, can you go back to that? Okay. So this is what I want to show you guys. All right. So not the front of the crib, but the part that's against the wall. Go more to your left. Okay. Do you see those 2 marks at the top there? To me, do you know what that looks like? Little handprints.
Oh God, I would hope not.
Little like, and I'm not 100% sure that is blood. To me, it's very bright, and it might just be that the way the photograph was taken. We're going to have to find out. But to me, it almost looks like Cheetos, like Cheeto hands.
Spaghetti, who knows if she
any number of things. What we don't know is what precipitated this event, because by all accounts, just like you pointed out, Melissa, they were asleep. The kids were asleep. So her attempt in questioning in the interrogation room, talking about, well, that substance makes me, impulsive, and what she said, it doesn't really hold. If they were asleep, bro, what the F?
Right. Right.
Now I'm starting to get spicy. I'm savvy. I'm going to try not to be too spicy, but it makes me mad. It's infuriating.
It does, and I think you guys are completely right. And we speculated this very early on when we didn't hear anything from Danny, and then we knew that they had separated, that he was working with them, and these pretext calls will come about. And I, especially after seeing that recording, that virtual suicide letter that they referred to it as, which I was like, what the hell? She absolutely is going to be talking way too much to Danny, because that's what she cares about. She had more emotion when it came to Danny and this, why don't you go be with this other girl? She yes. her name than she did these kids. So you bet your bottom dollar that is where she's going to spill the most beans, even unintentionally.
Yeah. Right. Exactly. And I am, looking forward to hearing that. But not at the same time, because to me, the way that the state has laid out the case thus far with the kids sleeping, it was bad. Okay. Already what she did, period. There's no getting around that. But this actually makes it worse. Yeah. I didn't think that would be possible, but to just attack him, he was asleep.
Right.
Was she
too big for this playpen? My Lord.
Yeah,
was she hoping that she could be like, the victim, this poor mom with a missing child, and that would keep Danny around? Or wonder what I don't know. I'm curious what her thought process was. We know that they said that she didn't love Quentin the same as the others, but yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, and did you catch the part where she says, you take amazing care of my kids, but you don't take amazing care of me? I'm sorry. Now listen, Sky was Danny's biological child. Him, him taking care amazing of you, that is taking care of you. Number one, that is the best you could ever hope for in regards to someone that you're with and you may not share biological children with. So that stood out to me, because again, it shows her children do not come first to her. She comes first to her. And she essentially was admitting to not loving those kids when she's sitting there saying, how can I love you when I don't love myself? Which I will argue, I believe that statement to be true in regards to you can't be in a relationship. You can't love anyone truly until you love yourself. But with your children, I very much believe you can love your children before you even love yourself.
I agree. Yeah. I think if your head's right, you can. Yeah. I want to just say what Dietz on the street says. Leilani was also talking to Cher at this time. I wonder if there will be some calls with her in there. I'm curious about that myself.
What I'm concerned about, though, and I circle back and I agree with what you said. You said when it comes to Billy Joe, let's wait and see. And I am absolutely going to do that. But the only concern I have is creators are already, creators who are aligned with Billy Joe or advocate for Billy Joe have already pushed a narrative about Danny. And that's what I hope not to see, is that accountability is being avoided. And I'm not putting that until something happens. I'm not putting that on Billy Joe. But I hope that we're not going to, because I expect it from the defense, of course. But what I don't want to see is, well, actually, here's what you didn't know. And Danny did X, Y, to try to take accountability away from Leilani. So I will wait and see and reserve my judgments.
I don't think I hope and pray there's not even room for that once these calls and all the evidence comes out. I really hope that there's not even room for that, because I do think it will happen if there is. And I don't know about necessarily by Billy Joe. I'm just saying by creators or,
but whatever. These creators, they will do it because there's always a demand for the opposition. And I hope I do not see support in that direction, because that is co-signing it. And let's not do that.
Well, I think for my part personally, I can, I can't control what other people do. I think that the opinions need to be based on the testimony and the evidence presented at trial. Now, if the defense likely is going to point the finger at Danny, period. They have to do something. And I will, at that time, when that evidence is presented, I will give it the appropriate weight that I think that it deserves. If you ask me in this moment right now, I'm going to say I give it no weight because I have no idea what it is or how compelling it may or may not be, and I need to see in the way that it's presented. If it is some sort of let's just throw everything at the wall and see what sticks, Mr. Owens, I'm looking at you, Sarah Boone's attorney. I will be less inclined to give it any weight. Right now, we're at 0. I'm a blank slate. I want to see what's presented at the trial. I think what people might want to take into consideration just before I get, and then I'm going to hop down off the soapbox, is that when it comes to crimes against children, okay, the law enforcement who investigates the crime and the prosecution who prosecutes the crime, they don't make allowances for other people if they were involved. They aren't just like, oh, well, we just don't like Leilani, and, Leilani did a bunch, or Leilani lied, and then she uses illicit substances, and therefore she must be guilty. We don't like her. That's it. No, they investigated the case. And if Danny is not charged, there's a reason. This is not a situation like with Adam Montgomery and Kayla Montgomery. They did not have Harmony's body. They still don't have Harmony's body. Oh, who wants to hear Jen Lou twice? Not Jen Lou. They don't have her body. They didn't then, and they don't now. And so they needed Kayla, and they had to make what I refer to as a deal with the devil. I don't think that's the situation here at all. It might, but I don't know that for a fact yet. If that does become the situation, I think that they would have announced that in opening statements, because with Adam Montgomery's trial, the state was right up front about that.
I would think so too. Hey, Mark.
Hey, Mark.
Honestly, I agree though with you, Melissa, because I hate to see people blamed that aren't guilty, and we're seeing it all the time. It's really frustrating. So I hope, like you said, Jen, they're not going to just, for one, if there's a plea deal, we will know about it. Otherwise, if no one else is involved, I think they're going to show a timeline of where everyone was at, the communication between the two. We're going to hear the calls with Leilani and Danny. Paul, in the opening statement, they said his bedroom, they showed where it was at, and they said that it was hard to hear anything from that room. That was a well-known thing from everyone that lived there. So I don't know. I just hope that I'm ready to see the evidence, and I hope that I hope it's really clear,
Yeah. All I can do is this. I promise, and I'm sure that Melissa and Allie would, I don't want to speak for them, but I do feel like they would promise this exact same thing. I'm going to focus on what's presented as evidence in the courtroom, which is where it matters, which is what will determine the outcome of this case, period, and nothing else. That's where my focus will be. That's what I will be discussing. That's what I will be paying attention to. And I'm just going to have to close my eyes and ears to everything else around me, because it frustrates me too much, and it makes me irritated. And when I get irritated and I come live, then I tend to be spicy, but my spiciness is in the wrong direction, and I don't want to be spicy with you guys. So
well, we'll see. We're going to be getting to hear the evidence. You guys think they'll put on Danny and Billy Joe first so that they can watch the trial? Because Claude said no witnesses were allowed in.
Right. They'll probably do what they did with Al and pull them up first so that they can attend and listen.
So.
I think you're right.
But
there's There's lots of bendies on the screen. There's one here. There's one
Yeah.
up in the corner. There's
I know we got an
Oh my.
incest with bendies.
too many
you know what
bendies.
You know what else? You know what else I found strange
What?
is when they explained that Leilani was supposed to be getting. Okay, so after she murdered Quentin, she went and discarded of his body, then came back and it showed her phone completely locked and inactive, that she went to sleep. And then the next morning, Danny could not wake her up. Could not. So not only did she pass out, perfectly fine and capable after doing what she did, but she wasn't even nervous enough and stressed enough to even be sleeping with like an eye open, because at any moment, right, she would have known that Danny would have been like, where's Quentin? Or was that the intention? Was that the intention?
Yeah, for
It's-
some,
Go ahead, Allie. Go ahead.
maybe for someone else to realize he was missing. But I agree with you. I had the same thought. Like, you're sleeping that hard, which with all the drugs she was doing, okay, but still, like, do you just not care at all? Like, I'm sorry, but when Bentley broke his arm and I had to, like, I was so worried about surgery and anesthesia and stuff. You can't sleep. Your adrenaline, you're worried. I don't know. I just don't see how you could ever treat your child like this, and at all, even if an accident happened or something like that. None of it makes sense. Besides rage, she was full of rage and hate towards him, because every step of this just feels so hateful and
It
cold.
feels, it's odd. I agree with you girls. It's odd that she didn't, like, okay, let's take Letitia, for example. I hate using her as an example, but she is an example. Letitia had to orchestrate things in such a way and wait for to be able to report Gannon missing. She had to line up a lot of things, and it doesn't, to me, the fact that Leilani didn't pretend to go to sleep, right, in an effort to then control and all the thing, right, to, oh my gosh, she's missing, and then I've calling 911 and making the report and all those things, that it's that level of callousness is actually scary.
Yeah.
Yep.
And did she not, like, see, I hope they show a better layout out of the house of where Danny and Leilani was sleeping. I remember going through the Zillow photos, but like actually inside the house, like they did with the playpen. But because what happened, like, and I'm not saying how did Danny not hear it, implying he did, versus I want to understand how that would be possible. Where were the beds, like, and especially with the manner of what we believe happened, how is that possible? But this room alone was very big.
Think about this too. Danny is working and probably exhausted. You know what I mean? Sleeping really hard. Like, everybody's different. I know with the little ones here, like, Bentley sleeps through anything and everything. He sleeps very hard. But Emmy is the opposite. She will wake up to every little peep. So I think it depends too, like what kind of person he is as far as that goes, and how tired he was. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, I guess we'll see.
I want to see her Google searches. But remember, Letitia couldn't sleep. She at least was nervous enough or had some sort of, like, what the hell with Leilani? It makes me think.
She was like that before and after too. Well, at least 100% after. Like, so I think it was not abnormal for Letitia. But even the fact that it shows, I don't think Leilani would have been smart enough to not use her phone. And the fact that it was locked and inactive even shows me more so. I don't think that she was smart enough to do that if she was actually like, oh, let me lock it, not touch it. No, I think she would be dumb enough to do it. So that tells me even more so. No, she really just went to sleep.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I want to know. Oh, sorry, Jane, go ahead.
No, you're all right. I'm curious to hear Danny's testimony regarding that exchange. And here's why. Because was she truly deeply in that level of sleep? Or was she pretending to be that deep asleep? My suspicion is that it is the first one, that she was truly in that deep of a sleep, because she does not give a rat's fat kneecap. She's that cold, that callous. And
Yeah.
so, but I want to hear that testimony from somebody who, especially because the state said this is not the first time that this has happened where she couldn't be woken up.
Right.
And so, you know what I mean?
Right. And did she get prescribed anything for the tooth being pulled?
Right, which that's also interesting because you would think that if it was indeed her wisdom tooth, okay, and they did pull it, wisdom teeth are painful to have extracted, but if they're not impacted or anything like
Well,
that, they're
think
just
about the
bothering
photo
you.
they showed. No, her jaw was swollen.
Yes, it
It
was.
appeared to have been infected.
Right, but
Right.
I had a wisdom tooth pulled when I was pregnant, and my point was going to be that,
Oh, really?
yeah,
While
um,
pregnant?
yeah, they just all they did was give me whatever you can have as a fill as pain, like a numbing when you're
Yeah.
pregnant. They gave that to me and they pulled it, but it was completely out. You know what
Right.
I'm saying? Like it was already completely erupted. It was a full wisdom tooth, and it wasn't like hard to get out or anything like that. But it was bothering me, and they took it out. And I would think they didn't give me pain medication, obviously, because I was pregnant.
Some will, some won't. You know, some
Right.
will give antibiotic and maybe an ibuprofen.
Right.
Some may give like a Tylenol with codeine. It really depends on who you get.
Right, but Leilani wasn't pregnant. So my point is that it's more, I mean, I would be curious if she was prescribed pain medication, because if she was prescribed pain medication, then her driving all over Hell's Half Acre looking for Oragel was completely unnecessary.
Well,
And
and it's removed, and Oragel is a topical anesthetic, and it lasts very shortly. Like it's a very, very short relief. But given that her tooth was already gone,
right.
They would never suggest to put Oragel on an open, like, I don't know if it depends on what type of an extraction it was. There's a chance she may have had a stitch. Otherwise, it's a big hole. And they would never suggest rubbing your finger with some Oragel over in that area.
No, they tell you to keep that cotton, that pack or whatever they give you, as you know, until it comes out. And then you're not supposed to, like, you don't smoke cigarettes. You're not supposed to smoke at all. Yeah.
Yeah. She's smoking all night.
Doing lines. I mean,
doing lines, blunt cigarette. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I cannot believe that any of those activities would be recommended in the dentist's aftercare program.
Right.
Melissa is our what did you do? Hygienist, or what was it that you did?
Yeah, dental assistant hygienist.
Yeah, so MJ knows about the tooths.
Well, they go through the whole standard paperwork of this is what not to do, and smoking is the number one. Yes. And imagine if she still had the gauze in there, and then you smell everything gets,
Yeah, because they don't want you to get that dry socket.
Yes.
So, I mean, Mark asks, was there any proof that she was sleeping? So all we have at this point, Mark, because they've just done opening statements, the state says that when it was time for Danny to get up and go to work, he tried waking up Leilani, and she was unwake-upable. That's not a word. She couldn't be awoken. He couldn't wake her up.
Yeah, she was supposed to work.
Yes, and that this was not the first time this happened. And then he called the babysitter and said, I'm not, she's going to stay with the kids today. And so I do think that all those sequence of events jurors are allowed to use common sense. And to me, that sounds like common sense,
and
that
the phone being inactive.
Right. Exactly. Locked, even not just inactive, locked. Not moved at all.
Mm-hmm.
Meaning she didn't touch it, because it will show if you touch the phone, your lock screen opens right before but you haven't unlocked it. That's tracked too.
And don't forget that she was just ordered to pay child support for Zane and Quentin, and they were going through the process of getting the boot out of the house.
Yes. So,
And that consisted of Leilani and Danny. Sky, I don't believe, if I remember correctly, wasn't included, but the whole question, because I remember the question being, well, was Sky going to stay there? But it included Leilani and Danny.
I forgot about that. They were being evicted
The Facebook post,
by,
you remember?
by Billy King.
oh, that's right.
Yeah.
See, I mean, we followed this case very, very closely.
Yeah.
And it's been 2 years. And in that time, unfortunately, it's coming back to us, to me. I mean, obviously, Melissa hasn't forgotten a damn thing.
No, I do. I do.
But for me, some of the stuff I have forgotten, some of these details,
Yeah,
and
me
it's been a
too.
long time. But Allie and Melissa remember these things. They're also, I need to feel the need to put this out there. They're also younger than I am. So they haven't had as much opportunity. They haven't had as much life experience for their compartments to get full up like I have. That's what I'm going to go with. Mhm.
Well, no, also I've been trying to I forget still, and I've been digging back into it in the last few weeks. And honestly, I've covered pretty much every hearing along the way, and so I should know everything, but I still have forgotten a lot of it. But so yeah, and even though
Mhm.
age is irrelevant, Bendy, but because I'm forgetting too, and I've been knee deep in it the last few weeks.
And don't forget, there was the. I'm curious if DCFS is going to be called to the stand at all, because they're going to have to go through both children, most likely 3, but it only clarified 2 out of the 3 were born with drugs in their system. And so as far as, and with Sky was only a couple months old.
Right.
So usually, if the first 2 are born and then the third, there would be a parenting plan. There would be things in place to ensure that, you can't just walk out of the hospital like that. And why were they doing at-home visits? What happened? Because I think DCFS dropped the ball majorly with this. This is another situation where it's not what happened. What happened here?
Who was what? Right. Where were the fail safes?
Right.
And again, I have. Oh, go ahead, Allie. Go ahead. No, babe. You go ahead. No, I'll remember. You this time. My memory is going to remember. So you go ahead, Allie.
Okay. I'm just gonna say I've never seen people be able to fail or have kids on drugs and then take the other kids home. Matter of fact, the way that I understand it, and at least where I used to live, I know people that did have children on drugs, they didn't. Their second kid was immediately taken by CPS. And so I don't know how this happened. It makes no sense to me. And I've had a lot of other commenters say the same thing.
Yeah, there were, it feels like there were not fail safes. And I have to remind people again that CPS, whatever the name of it is in your state, and I don't know what DCFS, I think, is what it is in Georgia. I can't remember. It doesn't matter. It's all the same thing. It means the same thing. They're very understaffed, overworked, and underpaid. And I am wondering if part of the reason that the Child Protective Services wasn't as involved is because there were so many people in that home at the time, and perhaps they felt confident in the family being their fail safe, if that makes sense, paying attention to what was going on, that she wasn't going to be alone, or anything like that. PJ's second chance, I was just thinking the same thing. Why didn't they try to say postpartum depression? Why wouldn't they have used? Yeah, we know you're not trying to help them, babe. It's fine. We're all wondering these same things. That ship has sailed. And it is at the bottom of the ocean with the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria, and the Titanic. We're not going to help her. They're going to get her defense is going to do whatever they're going to do. I don't know why they wouldn't, and maybe they will. I don't know. Although they seem to be trying to get away from what Leilani's state of mind was in their opening statement, referring to it as, rumor, gossip, and innuendo.
Yeah, that pissed me off.
Okay, here we go. Dietz has got it for us. Dietz says they weren't as involved because it wasn't an actual case, which she's right. If the family came together and guardianship was transferred from Leilani to Billy Joe, which it was, then at that point it would have been, in CPS's mind anyway, unfortunately resolved.
There is
Unless
a third baby born with drugs in their system now, a couple of months old. So even if I want to play that ball of, okay, with Zane and Quentin, there was I forget what they call, but they call someone with CPS that basically takes, it's not custody, but they take like guardianship over the kids while you get your shit together. I forgot what it's called, the legal term. But with Sky now, they would have followed, they were supposed to follow up as soon as now we have a third child born with drugs in their system, and it would play a huge part in where are you living, who are you living with, what are the circumstances, because it's kind of similar to probation, right? We'd be checking in, you have to do parenting classes, random UAs, what happened here?
Yeah, because Leilani still had custody of Sky, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Sky is the one that set. Wait, so
She's the baby.
no, I know. No, I know that. I'm trying to figure it. So is she? Okay, I'm gonna drop this link for Miss Dietz because I have questions because I know that I feel awful that I'm covering a trial that some of these details that are so very important I have forgotten about.
That's okay.
So
I thought
Sky
she-
is Sky the one that that I guess for lack of a better word triggered the alarm because she was born with drugs in her system?
No, because and I'm trying to pull it up. They already knew Zane did. Hold on, I have to pull it up because I don't want to misspeak about what exactly it said, but that's what blew my mind the most is it didn't mention Quentin's name. It mentioned Zane and Sky's, and I didn't know if it didn't mention Quentin's name because it was an ongoing.
Hold on, I got it.
That's what I thought.
I have a whole new StreamYard now, so I've got to download an overlay real quick. I don't have one on here. So
yeah, someone's been impersonating me, so be careful.
Right, that's why and I put it in the chat and it states in the back, but let me just download this really quick. Hold on.
Well,
keep talking, girls.
I'm pulling up this paperwork.
It's definitely Deeth.
Okay, is it?
Yes.
How do you know? Did she turn her camera on?
She just said something in the back to where I know it's her. Trust me.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. I knew it. I knew it before I even looked.
It's me.
I need to but that's good for me to remember that I need to freaking put up a,
love you, Dee.
Hi, Dee.
I didn't do anything. I just gave a password. No big deal.
That was a fantastic password, and I love it and appreciate it.
Yes.
I should have turned on my cam. I don't know why I didn't think of that.
I would have liked to have seen your pretty little face.
Oh, it's a mess today.
Stop it. It's never a mess. You say that every time and it's never a mess. Stop playing with these people.
I didn't think Sky had drugs in her system. I would have to dig out my old laptop and dig out the paperwork I have on that, but I'm pretty sure it was just the other two.
Because I very much remember, and if I'm wrong, I will correct this. But I remember.
Hey, I could be wrong too. Girl.
Are we supposed to believe firstborn and the thirdborn had drugs in their system, but the second middle child didn't? I remember
well, and I understand
over and over.
Yeah, I don't know. She was kind of going through a phase when she got with Danny and got pregnant with Danny, and that's why I remember Sky, but I don't know. But the thing with I can't remember all the legal terminology mumbo jumbo, but Zane and Quentin, their guardianship going to Billy Joe, it was temporary guardianship. It's outside of a CPS case, and I can't remember exactly what it's called, but I've actually seen the paperwork on it. it's outside of being an actual CPS case, but they had CPS involved, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Like
They
Billy
hadn't
Joe saw the
gotten,
writing on the wall, knew that
yeah.
like she's gonna
CPS
lose
had
her
a toe
kids.
in the
Well, it's
CPS had a toe in, and Billy Joe was like, okay, I see the writing on the wall. They got
it's
their toe in and let me.
because Leilani was going to jail. She went to not I don't think she went to prison, maybe just jail, but she went to the clink for a while. And
Okay.
that's what triggered that. And it's like, okay, well, she's gonna lose custody
Do
of
we know
them.
how long she
So
went?
Well, I found an
yeah.
article from the local news that
Okay.
said Leilani had been in a drug recovery home for 3 weeks leading up to Quentin's murder. So before she moved back in with Billy Joe, was she in a rehab? Because this is from WJCL News, but
I
it
don't
has a
remember
video
that.
attached. Let me look. I don't remember that
She
either.
went to that drug place after he was murdered. Remember? They
Yes,
took
she
her
did.
to a rehab facility after that. I don't think
Yeah,
it's called
I
a
do remember that,
conservatorship,
but let's see.
honestly. But I mean, she was going to jail
Here's the
between
video.
Quentin and Sky, and that's
Here,
what
Jen.
triggered them to work with
Yes, babe.
CPS.
It's a 1 minute video in the back chat from the local news that the
Okay.
title is that. You can play it while we wait if you want to. It's
Absolutely.
okay.
All right, hold on.
I
Let me
don't
add it
remember
to the
this either.
stream.
It looks
And
like it
yes,
just came out last year though, I guess while she was in jail, maybe from or I don't know.
Mrs. O is correct. Quentin was born in another state. Absolutely was. That's
All right.
one of the reasons there wasn't CPS involvement.
Here we go.
Simon's lawyers want to drop several of her charges. The accused murderer appeared in a Chatham County courtroom today. WJCL 22 News' Andy Cole is joining us live from outside that courthouse. And Andy, walk us through what happened.
Yeah, Brooke, today's hearing covered the motion to squash the subpoena to get Leilani's journals. And they also heard arguments on the defense's motion to get rid of a few indictments, several charges on the indictment. Now, today, Leilani's lawyers began the motions hearing by calling Leilani's mother, Billy Joe Howell, to the witness stand. In her testimony, Howell admitted her daughter, Leilani Simon, had been in a drug recovery home for 3 weeks leading up to Quentin's murder back in October 2022. Howell said she turned over 7 journals to the court that she claimed she never knew existed before the subpoena. Howell also testified that her daughter told her she uses writing as a way to work through grief. The judge also heard arguments for the defenses over their motions to throw out the murder and some false reporting charges. No judgments were made today. Judge Stokes says she will take time to deliberate over these arguments and make a decision in sometime soon. We will, of course, be on top of that. For now, in Savannah, I'm Andy Colt, WJCL 22 News.
All right, Andy, thank you so much for that report.
3 weeks prior, I don't remember that, but wow.
So is that where the journals came from? Like, because sometimes in those programs, they'll make you journal.
It could.
It could have been because Billy says she had no idea they even existed. And they
I
do.
remember the journals, but I didn't remember that.
Yeah.
So well, they did a lot, from what I remember. Sorry, Bendy. They did a lot of stuff to keep her out of jail several times. And so, that makes sense. Like maybe jail was another threat and they did rehab instead.
Yeah.
That makes sense. As some type of diversion program, that makes sense. I mean, you've got 3 kids. They're young, and
I bet you how she had I'm sorry, Jen. It just clicked and I just came out of my mouth. I bet Danny had custody of the baby, and that's how they kept her.
That's what I was thinking, because when they were going to be evicted, Billy Joe was going to keep Zane and Quentin. And the reason she wasn't, keeping Sky, obviously, was because Leilani and Danny would have had custody of her. But maybe it was just Danny.
She was served exactly 1 week before for custody before Quentin's death. And I'm trying to find these paperwork because I forgot I deleted everything, including all of my lives. But I have this.
What?
Back when I was scared about
reused content.
Yes, and I deleted everything.
You're never supposed to do that.
I thought I didn't clearly private it, but I know. What in the Elmer Fudd?
Hold on a second. Let me. I do think that the state saying, listen, we're not going to be able to tell you minute by minute exactly what happened. I think saying that in the opening statements was was to get that out of the way. I think that was a smart move on the state's part. Even when let's think about Letitia. I'm not going to cover the afternoon session, May. We're just having a little discussion, and then I'm going to get off of here. But even with Letitia, the medical examiner got up and explained the order of events the order the injuries occurred in. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That there was a whole lot of details not spoken about, not testified to, because I think they just don't know. And I think that I don't, now that I'm thinking about it, Melissa, and I've had time to process it and stuff. I think that I don't think it's going to be this. I don't think it's going to be like Casey Anthony in that regard. And I want to remind everybody, because I didn't know this either, until the judge that presided over Casey Anthony's trial did an interview on Court TV right as her Peacock, whatever that was, came out. Okay. And he said that he believed the reason that the jury found the way they did is because there was not a special instruction telling the jury that it isn't necessary for the state to prove cause of death, only manner. And had that jury instruction been included, where they didn't need to know precisely how she died, but only that it was homicide, that it was not an accident, that they could find her guilty. And I think that many states have had cases that are similar, whether it's a child or an adult, have now learned from that and probably will include that. And I would imagine that there would be a special instruction to the jury about what they need to find to actually be able to find her guilty. That's a long way of saying that.
That jury instruction is tricky. It seems to be an issue in a lot of cases.
The interpretation of jury instructions is difficult. Even for me, and I watch trials all the time. Sometimes I get a little bit there are a couple of instructions when they go to do the findings, particularly in a case that is complex. Some of those jury instructions are difficult to interpret by jury members. They're not attorneys, and sometimes those instructions do contain a little bit of not 100% legalese, but it's almost like double talk, and so it sort of does read like legalese a little bit. So hopefully that these jury instructions, particularly with respect to what they have to find if they decide to find her guilty of malice murder. And I can't remember, you guys, is she eligible for are they seeking the death penalty with her or no?
I don't think so.
I
didn't
don't
think
know
so.
anything about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't think so either. I mean, but malice murder is it is a charge that it is a death penalty qualified charge. So they're just not with her, which and I know people are going to feel some type of way when I say this, but wait and hear me out. I think because of her age, it would be very difficult for a jury to give her capital punishment, especially because she still has living children. As heinous as her crime is, I do think that they feel like life imprisonment is enough for her.
Yeah, I think a jury would struggle with that as well.
Mm-hmm. We have, and I think we got to keep that in mind when we're watching these trials and stuff. That the the decision to seek the death penalty, there's a lot of factors that go into it. And even though the crime that she committed, in my opinion, is one of, if not the most, first of all, murder in itself is a heinous and worst crime that you can commit. But what makes the Leilani different is the fact that the murder that she committed was A, against a child, and B, her own child. And I don't understand how a human being, could do that to their own child. I mean, a child, they're helpless, they rely on you, and they are 100% a part of you, yet also separate from you at the exact same time. They, as a mom, you grow them, as a mother, a biological mother, you grow them in your belly. They grow in your, well, not really your belly, your uterus, but they, you carry them for 9 months. And while they are 100% a part of you, they are completely separate from you at the exact same time. And I don't understand these people. I don't. Especially it's not like she didn't have 11 billion people surrounding her. If she was struggling.
That's the kicker. Not only did she have Danny and Paula right there, she also had a babysitter that was, willing to take them on call.
Exactly.
I'm so confused. There's so much I'm excited. Excited's the wrong word, but you know what I mean.
Yes.
I can't wait to hear, to hopefully get a better understanding.
I'm anticipating. That's how I feel. It's a high level of anticipation.
Yes.
We want to hear finally after, and I also want to take this opportunity, just one moment, and then I'm gonna get on a soapbox, and I'm gonna get down. When we were listening to the opening statements, the prosecutor went through in detail all of the investigation that led to all of this. So while these people were out in front of Leilani and Billy Joe's house screaming their faces off about justice for Quentin and saying that that law enforcement was doing nothing, this is the evidence. This is why people like me were frustrated and angry. Because yes, we all want justice for Quentin, okay? But to say that law enforcement was doing nothing was ridiculous.
And to be screaming oh, they could get her on a probation violation, blah, blah, blah. Well, her defense attorney would have made mincemeat of that.
Correct.
They were building a case and they were doing a damn good job of it. And those idiots. And I think that's what angers me. When we heard that the people that were searching for him in the landfill were there voluntarily. They did that on their own free will, their own dime. And then you've got these idiots making bank off of this baby and this situation that just angry
have given nothing back.
No, nothing but headache. Nothing but headache.
It's ridiculous. So let this be a lesson. What MJ? Sorry, babe. What'd you say?
I have to keep looking because it exists somewhere in my phone. I just can't find it.
Yeah, you'll find it, babe. We have plenty of time. It's infuriating to me when I see things like this. This is why I say when I cover cases, I say, wait, we don't know. Ooh, what'd you find?
I found this part. Okay.
Okay.
Here we go. All right. Hell yeah. Okay. All right. So I have this. And this was the amended order transferring temporary legal custody following authorization for removal. So this said removal of the children from the custodian was and remains necessary to safeguard the children's welfare, continuation of the children in the home and or returning the children to the home would be contrary to the welfare of the children, and removal of the children is in the best interest of the children because a voluntary kinship care agreement with relatives became insufficient to ensure the safety and welfare of the children during a child death investigation. But this was
It was a voluntary kinship care agreement. That's what it was. Thank you. I couldn't remember what it was called, but I knew it had a long ass name.
So So look, the children's sibling Quentin was reported missing on October 5th, 2022, based upon information obtained in the course of its missing child investigation. On October 12th, law enforcement notified DCFS and the family it was proceeding with a child death investigation. The children and the sibling were living in a home with the mother, the youngkin father, and the maternal grandmother prior to the siblings' disappearance. The mother is a primary subject of the death investigation, and other household members, as well as relatives, continue to be investigated to protective capacity. The mother is a chronic, unrehabilitated substance abuser of cocaine and cannabis. She screened positive for and admitted use of cocaine and THC at the birth of the child Sky. She has continued to screen positive for cocaine. The mother has been diagnosed with bipolar disorder and anxiety disorder, for which she has not been receiving ongoing mental health treatment. The maternal grandmother has permanent guardianship order as to the child Zane, pursuant to documents from the Juvenile Court of Burke County. The maternal grandmother failed to provide adequate supervision for the child Zane by leaving the child Zane in the home in the care of mother, a person the maternal grandmother knew or should have known was unfit to provide proper care, while the maternal grandmother traveled out of state. The Georgia Department of Human Services, through the Chatham County Department of Family and Children's Services, made reasonable efforts to prevent the removal of the children from the home and to make it possible for the children to return home, including consulting with law enforcement, utilizing a voluntary kinship care agreement during the missing child investigation, attempting to verify the maternal grandmother's claim to permanent guardianship of the child Zane and the sibling Quentin, confirming with the Cherokee Nation that the children do not qualify as Indian children pursuant to the Indian Child Welfare Act, reviewing Child Protective Services history from other counties, as well as an ongoing Family Preservation Services case, previously providing the mother with substance abuse rehabilitation treatment following in utero drug exposure of the child Zane, providing an updated substance abuse assessment and rehabilitation treatment following an in utero drug exposure of the child Sky, and requesting the drug screening of the mother. Whew.
And and Mrs. O reminded us the reason why Quentin's not on there is because Quentin was born in another state.
Okay.
That
So
makes
down
sense
to
now.
another state to have him. Yep.
Because I was like, I remember saying, what's the likelihood that
You're right.
the
You're
oldest
right. I
one-
was wrong.
No, it's not about you being wrong, but I'm just happy I found it because it was bothering me
No, I love the facts.
very much.
So I don't even
And
care
so
about
this
you
is
being
my
wrong.
question. How the hell do 3 children born in utero with drugs in their system, how did DCFS drop this ball? How did they drop that ball?
Because they had done the voluntary
Dr. Sky.
the voluntary child placement, and that but I don't you're right. I don't know why they didn't do something with Sky if she
It
was
should have
born with
started the whole
drugs in
process all
hers.
over again. The moment that baby became positive in the
Well, but with Billy Joe having custody of the other 2, I don't know if it would have started the process over, but it would have triggered a case for Sky.
Yes, and they wouldn't have
for
let her leave. They would not have left that hospital without a parenting plan in place, with the baby, a parenting plan in place, a good support system, random U8s, all of these things automatically should have been happening the moment that this next baby was born with drugs in their system.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I don't know if he had rights. I believe he was on the birth certificate, but it doesn't matter because I remember I had the guardian ad litem on my panel specifically about this, and all of these things should have started the moment. But with her history, I'm surprised they even allowed her to leave with Sky.
Me too.
I the only thing that I can think is, I will say
That's
this.
true, Allie.
CPS does like to keep families together.
Yes.
So my only thought process is that because Billy Joe had custody of the other 2 children and Leilani was going home to her house, and so was Danny, perhaps they clearly erred in judgment. But maybe that was what they were. Maybe they were taking, keeping an eye, but not obviously not close an eye. Do you know what I mean?
Right, right. Because they were in the process of getting the boot. Child support had just been issued. They should have been doing even random visits, at-home visits, and random UAs. And she was positive. She was still doing drugs. So that's when I'm like, what the hell? Like, even if they were like, okay, we'll give you the benefit of the doubt, you know, everything checks through. You're being booted and you're positive. So you're, unless they weren't doing UAs, and then why the hell not?
I don't understand this. And but
Yeah, there's
Scott,
Bodine.
yeah, but Scott is right. The laws demand that they exhaust family reunification.
Absolutely.
Removing a child
Mhm.
is a last resort. And it's unfortunate. And I will say the other unfortunate thing is, I think personally, this is just my opinion, if law enforcement they're all interconnected. Everything that you do from state to state, even within the same state, if you do it in one city and they pull you over in another city, they can pull your record up. They can see when you've been arrested. They can see what you're convicted of, or if you've got a current warrant or any of that stuff. And I wish that CPS would be interconnected in that way too.
So they have an interconnectivity in CPS. The problem is it's not you have to request it. So you have to know. So like the people handling Leilani Simon's case would have to know that, okay, so that she's here for Sky, she has 2 prior children. They'd have to know where Quentin was born to request that from the system. I agree with you though, because there is a interstate connectivity with CPS, but it's not like law enforcement's where you just plop in Leilani Simon and all of her stuff comes up no matter what state she's in.
I wish it
And
would have
there
been more
does
like
need
that.
to be one like that.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's what I'm saying. It needs to be more like that because it seems to me, particularly if you move states, that if you move from one state to another, that the new state ought to be aware.
Yeah, that makes, you would think so, right?
And that they should have.
Unfortunately, our DCFS or CPS or wherever it's called in your state is so underfunded in every state.
They are.
Unless you have an amazing what are they called? Caseworker. Unless you have an amazing caseworker who stays on top of it. Because see, I fostered before. So when
you have?
Yes.
I
And
knew that.
when you our first caseworker that we had, and he was born addicted to drugs too. And the first caseworker was amazing, but what they do with the like really, I don't know, like the OGs, the really great caseworkers, is they get them in on a case, and once everything seems to be going good, they switch them to another. Like they give them more and more and more, and so then like if the case is fine, they'll bump it down to a newer caseworker. And just in my experience, like they wanted reunification of the baby and the mother. And they went from 1 hour, 1 visit a week to putting him back in her custody within the span of 10 days. They didn't do the plan of jumping to overnight stays, weekend visits, all of that, because the new caseworker dropped the ball. And I think that becomes an issue. Like if you have a really good seasoned caseworker, they will follow that person state to state. But unfortunately, with them being underfunded, they don't have a lot of those.
Right.
No, because social workers don't want to stay in their business as long because of how it is, and I understand that completely.
Me too. Me too. Me too. I know there was a case that happened here in Florida. I believe it was the Groves. It was a couple, husband and wife, whose baby was born addicted to heroin, was in the foster system, just brand new baby. And she ended up being removed from their care. And it was so heartbreaking to listen to the foster mother testify, because it wasn't maybe a couple of weeks went by and they killed her, put her in a well.
Yeah, well, the same with Oakley out in, was it Oregon? I can't remember her last name. Oakley. You guys know who I'm talking about.
Carlson.
Right? Carlson, yes, thank you. Like the same thing with her. Like And it's just so heartbreaking because our babies in this country deserve this. There are so many people who want to, good people who want to have babies and can't. And then there's so
Mm-hmm.
many precious babies that fall through the cracks like this. And it's so infuriating. You'd think
It
we would be
is.
putting more resources towards this stuff
You
as a
you would
country.
Yeah, you would think in 2024 as a society we
Yeah.
would be so much more evolved that this would be something that this is a social injustice that needs to be handled, and we've handled so many other social injustices for women equality. Well, I don't want to that amendment's not actually been ratified, but you take my meaning. We've done things right as a society. We've said, hey, listen, we recognize that these ills exist in society, and this is what, and we don't like it, and we're going to work to change it. And this is one of those ills that exists in society that we have yet to rectify.
Absolutely.
You're
And it should
welcome,
be,
MJ. Thanks, babe. Sorry,
yes,
Deets.
bye. No, it should be easy rectification as well. It should be easy. It should be a top priority.
It
It's the
should
future
be.
of our country. So it absolutely should be a top priority. And
I
it's
agree.
heartbreaking that it's not.
It is. It's
Same
frustrating.
with our homeless and our veterans, but don't get me started. So
We have a lot of social ills in this country we got
I
to work on,
know.
gal.
I will hop down so you can get
Me
going.
too.
But thanks for having me up, Bindi.
Oh, you're
Anytime.
welcome. Thank you for coming up. Thank you for being here. And thank you. I meant to say this earlier. Thank you, Deets. I saw that you shared out the stream and I appreciate that.
Of course.
And so did Allie and so did MJ. And I appreciate you both doing, all of you guys doing that, and everybody for being here. I really do. Your support means the world to me. And I'm so grateful for it, especially with a case like this, because there's just no way I could sit and watch this trial by myself without you guys. I need a community to get through this, because it's going to be tough. We haven't heard anything yet. And look how we really look, this is the very beginning. We're in a marathon. This is definitely not a sprint. There's a long way to go.
It's going to be a rough one. And I'm so glad you're going to stream the whole trial, right?
I'm going to, I've got to juggle Quentin and Boone. Now, I've been following Boone for 77 years, and this Heffalump is just now finally going to trial. And I have followed that one. And I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to keep an eye, obviously, I'll just have to switch off. One day I'll stream Boone. One day I'll stream every other day. That's what I'll do. Thank you, Deets. And now I've worked it out. So every other day will be Boone and Quentin Simon. And whichever case I'm not doing during the day, I'll recap at night. Unless Allie's doing a lot of the Quentin recapping. So the days that I don't stream Quentin, you can go to Allie's for the recap. And that's how I'll do it. So.
Sounds great. All right. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Bye, babe. Thank you for coming up. All right, you guys, we're closing in on 4 hours, 6 minutes, and 45 seconds or so, give or take a little bit more. I know that trial's about to resume, so you don't need me up here yakety yakking. I'm going to get off of here. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate it very, very much. You've not done so, make sure you're subscribed. Make sure you like the stream, and set your notifications to all, because I will be every other day switching back and forth between Quentin covering Leilani's trial and covering Sarah Boone's trial. I haven't heard yet. I got to check to see when they seat a jury in Sarah Boone. If they haven't seated obviously I'm not going to stream until they seat a seat. So it is what it is. So just keep your notifications on set to all, and then you'll know. All right. So thank you guys all so much. Have a great rest of your Monday afternoon, and I will talk to y'all later. Bye. Hold on. I don't want the outro to play. Okay, here we go.